I'm from outer space. I got Milky Way for blood. Evolution in my veins. This is going to be very tedious and boring because I didn't think this through at all. I've never done it this way before, and at least I can chase fruit flies in the boredom. Anyway, I don't expect to get much of an audience today because it's Friday afternoon, and I think for most folks in the United States of America, it's middle of the night, Saturday night, for them sleeping their little heads off. Anyway, so this is an experimental thing in many respects. Is that I've got a new tap for home brewing, and what I didn't do before making this brew was test it and see how well it works. And now I'm testing it to see how well it works, and it's not well. It's not good at all. And this is going to be a very, very long, slow, boring video if I operate at the pace this beer is filling up. And it's not even filling up without froth either. A little bit disappointing. Ah well, shit happens. Anyway, wonder, is there a way, hopefully that will make messages visible. I actually feel a lot less self-conscious when there's nobody watching either, so thanks for nobody coming. That makes it a bit easier for me. Anyway, yeah, this new tap is not a raging success. Everything I can think of to adjust doesn't make the flow rate any better. It's sad and pathetic. A bit like me at the moment. Oh well. I've got a viewer. G'day, Griffin. I'm thinking parabola about everything though. What's parabola? Parabolicular? Parabolicular, that's a good new word, isn't it? Yeah, explain what you mean, mate. Parabola. What's that? This is shocking. This is worse than bad. At least the other way I was filling up my bottles, I had a connector that kept falling off and that was painful and I'd lose a little bit of wastage, but at least I did fill the bottle, in less than 8.5 minutes per bottle. This is like a bloke that fall asleep doing this. I've got to learn how to keg, I think. It's the only way. Kegging must be the future. Anyway, 3 bottles of beer. And it's a two-handed bloody job, maybe. If I tie a string around my head and pull it. Yeah, this is going to be a long day. Griffin, so if you talk about brewing, I think about God talking to me, what he means. Sounds good to me. As if you're God or part of him. Now I think that's a damn relevant thing to say, because my personal philosophy, if I get put to the, my feet to the fire and asked, do I believe in God? I'd say, yes, I do. And that I believe there is nothing that is not of God. Everything is of God. Everything. So even the bad, the evil, the Satan, all of that, it's all aspects of God. And it's all something where, well, we also have a God-given birthright to make up our own minds, to think for ourselves and, you know, choose our own destiny. That's free will. You know, if you hear a rumour about eternal suffering, well, obviously you'd be a fool to tempt that and say, oh, I don't believe in it, it's nothing. But it's your free will to choose. And I don't believe in eternal suffering either. I think suffering is not eternal, it's temporal. It's when they say you burn in the fires of hell, I think that just means burning in the fires of your own remorse, as you create a higher state of consciousness once you leave the body and return to spirit, where you sort of just know everything. And then you realize the error of your ways, and the remorse is what you're burning. It's like, oh, why did I do that? Why didn't I do that? Blah, blah. And so you get to meditate on it for a very long time, and then if you're lucky, you get to choose another body to come back to, or maybe that's unlucky, maybe that's punishment. Who knows? Maybe it's a bit of both. It's punishment and a step towards redemption. What did you say? The mind of God, you know, yeah, in our souls and in our mind or whatever. So I haven't figured it out. That's what I know is I definitely don't know. I just feel my way in the darkness. Yeah, I think we're all on the same path there, Griffin. Then you accept the truth, that is Jesus, and and be reborn. Yeah, I think Jesus works for some people. I don't think Jesus is the be-all and end-all of the only path, like a lot of people like to think. He was a great teacher, and he came to teach by example. And I think a new teacher comes along every so often. There might always be a Christ-conscious person here on the planet Earth. You know, why wouldn't there be? Why would you have to wait every 2,000 years to the beginning of another age? But I think, you know, the ultimate goal is we're all meant to become Christ-conscious beings, not to just believe in somebody who can save you because you feel sorry for things you've done, like, oh, I feel so bad, make me better. It's sort of got to come from within and be that, what you think Christ would be like. Don't live suffering in your past. Exactly. Forgive yourself. You know, most of our mental conditions and trauma are past events. Usually something that somebody else did to us, or that's their karma. We should feel sorry for them because they've got to live that out. It's their problem to deal with. And so, yeah, you move on, do the best you can, and live and fight another day. Drips from somewhere. Brand new system I've set up here, so I'm working it out as I go too, with everything. Have a great raid. Have a great day. Awesome, man. Yeah, you too, if you're not hanging around, eh? Is that even flowing? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think we are spirit having a human experience, not the other way around, not having a human experience to become spirit. We chose this one way or another. Yeah, we just chose something. We said, well, yeah, life is wasted on the living. Let me have a shot at it. And so through the Taurus field we come into the mother's womb, gestate for so long and experience life from the very beginning, from the spark of consciousness to being in this little womb and starting to flex our fingers and hear things throughout. And eventually when we get born, we've forgotten pretty much everything from previous experience, because it's an eternity in there. Did I just get a little buffer? That's just my take on it anyway. Man, this is going to be a frustrating thing. Maybe it's got to tighten the other way. I don't know. Didn't change the flow rate, but at least it's not dripping. That's good. Yeah, constantly experimenting, constantly trying new ways to brew successfully. And since I went to this stainless steel container, if you want to have a look at it, it's right next to it. So yeah, that big shiny thing. That's what I'm brewing in now, because the old plastic container finally saw it served me well. It did me 15, 20 years probably. So doing it in stainless steel, and I was getting a tap to work. First of all, I had to drill a hole for a tap, and you ever drilled through stainless steel? Man, that's a challenge in its own right. So 5 weeks later, finally was able to put a tap in there and start brewing again. But the tap I used, it's hard to get a beer filler to fit it. And I'm very disappointed in this one. This one cost me like 45 or 50 bucks or something on eBay. So it's a beautiful quality piece of fitting, but it pours so slowly. It's going to take me, it's at 6, 7. But anyway, at least I can talk to myself, talk to the screen, and if anybody pops up in chat. Hello from Southern California, Walking Axel. Hey bro, I've seen you around the traps a bit. Thanks for dropping by. Just trying to do a bit of home brewing here, and as you can see, it's not the most ideal. I'd like the flow rate to be at least double, if not triple that speed. I've got to do it with 2 hands too, which, if I stretch, I can do it with 1. It's multi-talented. Until it gets too full, isn't that way? My little finger's going to hold that there. So, what's been going on, man? What's happening in Southern California? What I have heard, I saw one of my Facebook associates posted a whole bunch of stuff about these forest fires going on in Maui, in Hawaii. That looks really bad because people are jumping into the ocean to get away from it. And that sort of takes me back a bit to my days 20 odd years ago when I first started learning about chemtrails. Is that these people in Hawaii, living in an organic sort of self-sustainable paradise. They'd moved there to raise a child and to get away from all the society and stuff, and thought you can't get much more isolated than Hawaii. Well, they were noticing the chemtrails and stuff going on. They noticed trees seeming to get poisoned and die like you would if you had too much aluminium sulfates getting sucked up through the root system. And this young girl, she was born there practically in an organic situation with no aluminium content whatsoever. Given a blood test, had really high aluminium content in the blood, and they could not for life and work out why until they put 2 and 2 together with the chemtrails, and that being a major ingredient of both Roundup and thermite and gunpowder. Aluminium is quite a useful product in lots of things because of its flammability once it gets hot enough, and it's quite toxic. It's another heavy metal. It's one of the things they find people with Alzheimer's have generally a high reading of aluminium, especially on the brain. It seems to accumulate there for some reason or another, and that's generally what leads to Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease and so on. But in the plant kingdom, it turns the trees into living bombs. Now, I predicted this stuff 20 years back before we had these major bushfires here in Australia, just about 3 years ago now. And it was devastating. I didn't watch much news, but what I did see is the firefighters saying that the trees were going off like bombs. It was like big fire bombs going off across the sky. They'd never seen it in their life of all these years of firefighting, because bushfires aren't uncommon here in Australia. But after 2 decades of this heavy bombarding of chemtrails and turning them into living bombs, when they give us a drought, then the trees are desperate for water, so then they hammer us with more chemtrails, so they suck more up. Then another drought, and then suck more up, and then floods, and so on, until eventually, after the big drought, then we get the bushfire, and boom. And so it's no surprise to me whatsoever that this same sort of thing is going on in Hawaii right now, just the same as in California when they had fires as well. It's certainly not the sort of thing that I ever wanted to happen. I thought it's bloody terrible. So Paradise, California, that's actually not too far from where I was when I was in California. I remember hearing of a place called Paradise, and same deal. Especially pines. Over here we've got eucalypts, and back then, no word of a lie, because of this carbon credits and all this sort of stuff, what the government started doing was paying people. Now, where I live is semi-tropical. It's in between the tropics, basically. It's quite tropical in summer, and it used to all be rainforest back in the day. It used to be called the Big Scrub. We had massive tallow woods and teaks and whatever other trees they had. That all got demolished. Most of it shipped off to England and places like that. We lost all our good timber, and now it's all turned into grazing land, and it's all eroding, and we've had huge landslips in the floods and everything. But what they did back then is, before these farmers had land that wasn't really making much profit, is they paid them to grow plantation eucalyptus trees. Now, eucalyptus is highly flammable in the first place. That's all it's really good for, is firewood in most cases. And they got them to plant acres and acres and acres of it and paid them to do it. So they're literally planting the bombs in advance for this 20-year plan. It's like building the World Trade Centers with explosives in the basement 30 years beforehand, which is a fact. I've actually met a guy, an Israeli fella, ex-Israeli Air Force officer. When I was first getting letters published in the newspaper, the local Byron Shire Echo, it's still got an online version, and I think a published paper version as well. I was getting letters published because I was also advertising a business through them at the time, so they let me publish my letters. They wouldn't publish other people writing about it, about chemtrails. And that's how this guy contacted me. He said, "How did you get them to publish a letter?" I was like, "I don't know, I just thought I'd write something about chemtrails," and they published it. He said he's been sending letters and writing articles for a good part of a year, and they were just rejecting them. They did one sort of big full-page spread on it one time, and then that was it, never again. So he contacted me. He said, "How the heck do you get them to publish your letters?" I said, "I don't know." So anyway, I got to know this fella. He's a very, very interesting guy, ex-Israeli Air Force officer who left Israel because he saw how evil they were as a result of 9/11. And he told me he had read the papers planning 9/11 30 years before it happened, when they were building the buildings. He'd read the plans. He knew about it. It was always a setup from 30 years prior to it actually happening. That was one of the things he told me as we got to know each other. He told me a lot about UFOs as well, because back then I didn't think the earth was flat. I still believed in the alien conspiracies and stuff. Very interesting fella. So, statin drugs too. Alan, how you doing, Alan? I guess I've been a conspiracy theorist all my life, because even from back in high school, when I came back from the States, I was sort of near Chico, which is not that far from Paradise. I was in a place called Corning, olive capital of the world. I became disenfranchised, disheartened, whatever, just fell out of the whole education system. I was already a bit dubious and thought, even here in Australia, that education is just about regimenting us and preparing us for jail and all that sort of stuff, dressing because we've got to wear uniforms here and so on. And I thought it'd be great, land of the free, home of the brave and all that. And really all I saw the high schools were military recruitment centres, or, you know, they'd select the brainy ones to go to college, but everybody else was either you go back to work on your parents' farm or you're going to join the military. That was basically your options in a lot of places that I saw anyway. So, yeah. So when I met this ex-Israeli guy who defected or left and went to the US, he said he wasn't there for very long before he realised they're just as bad. And in fact, you know, like we've always been saying, it's a bit of the Israeli lapdog. It's pretty true. So he brought his daughters and came to Australia, bought a block of land out the back of Mullumbimby with heaps of water and set up. But he was just pissed off because he's seen them spraying chemtrails. He was then able to tell me what type of planes they're using when we see different tanker type ones that did come from time to time, and then how they just got adapted into the commercial airplanes. And so, yeah, when we're seeing this weather warfare, fires, floods, droughts, even earthquakes, they're related with the chemtrails, not directly, but indirectly through the other technology like HAARP and DARPA and frequency, basically, frequency weapons, the sort of thing that Tesla probably knew about, but there's no way he would have actually made into, he wouldn't have never weaponized it. But that's, of course, why the military was interested in it and confiscated all his papers after he died. And there's another little rabbit hole to go down, eh? is with Nikola Tesla is, yeah, there's heaps of things we do know about him, but one thing that I strongly suspect, and this is a bit of a new one, a few people might have heard of it, but when his place was raided, one of the top CIA fellas, I think it was, or FBI, whatever, was Trump's father. Pretty sure it was Donald Trump's father, that when they confiscated all Tesla's papers. And I have a little bit of an inkling that they found something to do with time travel. I don't know exactly what or how, whatever, but just imagine if you could go back in time and invest in something that you know today is going to be hugely profitable, then you would only have to invest a few $100 and you'd be a multi-billionaire today. So, there's something to it, I reckon, for those conspiratorial-minded people that like to think about these things. I don't believe anything, I like to ponder about it and think, is it possible? Can it be done? And I think, well, possibly. But some things I like to throw out a good theory, like I tell people about flat Earth. I don't believe in flat Earth. I know the Earth is flat. That's how strongly I feel about that one. It's anyone can have beliefs. A belief is a religion. It's something somebody else told you. You take it on good faith, and you believe them. Why would you doubt them? That's what religion basically is. It's faith, and that's what scientism today has become. Is faith. It's all faith. Once it's peer-reviewed, it's not science. It's now belief. It's because, that checks out with stuff we've already confirmed and we know it must be true. Well, that's not science. Science is about questioning everything and saying, nah, you got to be wrong and I'm going to prove you wrong. And who have we got in here? Phuket. Hey, bro. How you doing? Thoughts and the beer. Damn straight. As I've said already, mate, I'm a bit disappointed with my new beer tap. It's very, very slow. It's taken me forever to do what I got to do. So I'll keep some flowing down my neck and we'll keep it going. where was I anyway? Thoughts and the beer. Yeah, God, where was I? I have to start a whole new conspiracy now. But yeah, well, 9/11 certainly opened up my eyes to the conspiratorial world. Yeah, that's right. I was disenfranchised with education. I came back to Australia to finish off my HSC, and I barely went to school, even though I was good at it and aced everything. I just decided to stop going. I only really went to play football, which is rugby league, and that girlfriend, go to see her, and it was my mates with footy and my girlfriend, and instead of going to class, I'd go up into the library and find books about Zen Buddhism and stuff and read up on that. And I passed my HSC and I got reasonably average grades. For anybody that knows in the Australian system too, they won't let you do advanced English and 3-unit maths unless you've got a really good track record of that sort of stuff. So, yeah, not bragging or nothing, but I coulda, shoulda. No, just wasn't interested in education. Fell out of the whole thing. So I eventually got onto the internet at one stage because I had 9MSN chat. And to me, that was like writing letters to the paper. But instead of waiting a week to see if they'd publish my letter, and then wait another week to see if somebody responded to it, and then I'd write a response and send that off and wait another week to see if it was published, the internet gave me this chat room where I was able to write stuff and get a response in minutes. And man, I got hugely addicted really quick because I've always considered myself a writer. That's what I do best. I could never even talk to a camera in my room until I became a flat earther. It just opened up my mind and gave me a bit of got another fruit fly buzzing around here. Opened up my mind and gave me some, I suppose it set me free, didn't it? Always been a private, quiet person, still am, but I can talk to the camera now. So thank goodness you people aren't here in the real, because I'd probably get stage fright. God, this takes forever. So, yeah, being a writer, writing backwards and forwards, and all good, mate, all good. I love you, Nick. You're awesome. You do some great stuff too, by the way. Really appreciate it. I learned a lot from your channel. Yeah, I've done my first dozen. That's a really dodgy box. Maybe. Alrighty. So being a member of these group chats, one of the first things that people started saying was, the hippies have found the computer or found the internet, because I was very much a hippie, absolutely, and I knew my stuff, hey, so I'm very esoteric and talking about the hemp. I used to just smoke cannabis back then, and drank a bit too, but mostly just smoked. But it opened up my mind. I didn't watch television, so when I had this backwards and forwards chat rooms, which is basically what Facebook is for me now, man, I just went off. And as soon as the 9/11 happened, it took me about 3 days, and I knew it was an inside job. So straight away, I'm just like this absolute pariah. I'm what's the word? You're not quite a traitor. You're just anti. You know what I mean? Anti-nationalistic. You hate your own country. It was like, well, I'm an Australian anyway. But I just knew that the odds of 9/11 being able to happen as it happened in the most highly protected nation in the world, they have NORAD. Is it NORAD? I think that's the one, the National Air Defence thing that can just send out fighter jets within a minute's notice and guide a plane somewhere else. They let it happen. It had to have been that way. There was no evidence of a plane hitting the Pentagon. That was the biggest one that got me started. So where's the plane? You know, where's the seats? Where's the baggage? Where's the wings? Where's that all that bits and pieces? And they showed a few pictures of a few little bits of planes, and that's how I knew straight away that this is fake. Why would they go and automatically go and collect all the the CCTV camera footage from all the different places, service stations and whatnot all around, go and confiscate it and never release it? There's just too much to it. So I knew. And then go to a family gathering a year or so later, and I'm telling them, it's an inside job. Yeah. And they just looked at me like I was the worst person in the world. And that's basically been how I've lived my life. I'm the worst person in the world because I tell the truth. Because I know the truth. And I speak the truth. And don't hold back. And so next year we go back to the family gathering, and that Loose Change documentary had come out. So this might have been a couple of years after. And my cousins and aunties and uncles were coming to me, we owe you an apology. We're so sorry. You were right. I said, it's okay. I didn't care. I didn't want to be right. Nobody wants to be a conspiracy theorist to be right. We'd like to think that our conspiracies are wrong. That So that got me. I guess I was already a conspiracy theorist, because by that stage I was mostly on that group to talk about chemtrails, and there's all these Air Force people and people that know stuff and all that, and they just think I'm an idiot. And I was like, well, hang on. You might be in the Air Force and stuff, but I'm here out in nature, and I see them spraying, and I see the weather changing, and I see when there's rain imminent and they go and spray a big horseshoe around above it, and then next minute there's no clouds in the sky. I'm like, what the? And I've seen what they did with our blues festivals here in Byron Bay. Well, they're in Byron Bay. I'm not too far from there now. It's every year they'd get festival weather, which was just bizarre weather. And I'd talk to people in my pet store that I had, and that's where I spread a little bit of information, and where I met that Israeli guy quite often. He'd come in as a customer, and we'd be able to have some good chats about things that you wouldn't be able to chat openly on the internet. He gave me some websites and stuff to check out, which I would never have known about. And one of my customers who I talked to about it, and they said, they used to sit up at this lookout, which I know now would have been Scarabalotti's lookout, which is one of the ones I've got in some of my videos I made on. One in particular I quite like, because I did it in a course where I was able to edit pictures and stuff on one of their Adobe video editors. God, this is taking forever. Could have a blockage. They told me they were sitting up there one time and they watched, and they said that the ocean rained up. That's the powers that these military people have. They can spray stuff in the air now that will suck the moisture out of the ocean, literally making it rain up. So they're super saturating these clouds. So it's not at all a stretch to say that that's how they're making it flood when we get the floods and stuff. Not at all. And I went through the biggest flood of my life last year. Scary as hell. I can tell you. Just up the road from here. So anyway, cheers again. I'll have another quick look at the chat. There is a book about Barron Trump as a time travel book. Exactly. NFL fan, g'day mate. Microwave weapons, yep. ELF and ULF, I think they are. Extra low frequency and ultra low frequency. Like, I used to know this stuff pretty well. I was right into the chemtrails. I joined a group of chemtrail aware people down in Byron, and we had a few meetings together, and there's a lot of people spreading out information and stuff. One of the things that turned me off it, though, they were some good people, but this one woman sort of wanted to be in control of it. She's the psychic, and she knows stuff, and she knew people in the Illuminati, so she had connections. And she just told me straight out, which I didn't like. And my partner heard it as well, and she said, who does she think she is? But she said, I've got to stop writing letters to the paper unless I send them to her first to veto or to check or whatever. I was like, no, I'm an independent man. I do my thing. Oh, God. Just sorry, got to pop up. Work. Talking my brains out here. I never talk this much, so. But yeah, she just told me to I had to have my letters run through her because she didn't want to upset people in her group. I was like, no, bugger you, mate. So I've always been independent, and I feel kind of, I get shunned by all sides, including the flat Earth side. I've noticed. Who was it? Fight the Flat Earth a while back when I said, yeah, I'll go onto your channel and have a chat, but I want to have a moderator. And then the one I suggested was that, what's that South African fella, Flatzoid. I suggested him in the first place because he seems pretty cool and pretty down to earth and that. But then I saw him on Globebusters one time, and I saw them sort of tear him a bit of a new one because he was saying some pretty stupid things. And then after Bob had departed, I was still watching Flatside because he live streams basically every morning, first thing in the morning when I'm getting ready. So it was something to have on in the background. And he called Bob a shill. And to me, that was the nail in the coffin. Fuck. First of all, you don't talk bad about anybody that's just recently departed, barely still warm in their grave. But Bob was not a shill. Never, ever, ever would I say that about any of the Globebusters, to be honest. Like, there might be one or two that do a bit of grifting or whatever, and that's okay. Everybody's got to make a living. But I don't think any of them have ever been in it for the money. I don't think any of them have ever been a shill. And if I thought that about somebody, I'd say it. And it seemed to me that Flaxside was just in it for the money. I remember when he started going monetized on his channel and stuff, and now he can sell his merch. And I was like, I don't think that flat Earth should be used as a platform like that at all myself. So anyway, I said to fight the Flat Earth, Quag McNeil, who I sort of despise a lot, but at the same time I like a good battle, and I thought, I'm just gonna go on. He talked about crucifying me the first few meetups we had where I didn't know him from a bar of soap, and so I said, oh well, if you can find a moderator, I said anybody but McToon, then I'm in. And he said, he's looked around and apparently the Flat Earth community, you're not in their favour at the moment. I was like, oh well, as if I give a fuck. I've always been an independent. I just think the truth will be the truth, and truthers will find the truth. And it's not about the messenger, it's just about the message. So if I do piss people off from time to time, because I just tell the truth, and I think I know why, it's because I'm not sure who it was exactly, because I can't remember. Someone reasonably new to the community came and put out this really, really, really good video showing heaps of points. It was almost like a lot of TikTok type points. And it was great until they got to the point about the moon, and they repeated the Eric Dubé nonsense. And I've contacted Eric multiple times. I've left messages in his videos explaining it, what I think, and why I think you're really, really wrong and stupid, and you need to fix this. And he's more or less just ignored them. But when somebody tells me that the moon is its own light, as though it's a light source from within, that's when I know they've been brainwashed. You go from one brainwashing to another. So, in fact, that's the one where I'm hoping, I'm going to have to take a Monday off to do it, I think. I'm hoping to get on Flat Earth Banjo's channel. He's asked me to come on as a guest and talk about the moon, because I've made comments on his videos, and he's one of the ones too. I think most everybody says the moon is its own light, and if you've watched my channel and you've seen me explain what I think about the moon, I think, yes, it does create its own light as a result of being sunlit in the first place, and it's reflecting solar energy down into our lower atmosphere, what I call firmament B, the gaseous layer between the blue light sky and the darkness of sky. There's a layer of gases there that the moon can ionize independently from sunlight and create the apparition of the moon. So it's creating its own light in that sense, but it does it as a result of being lit by the sun. So when you're saying it's not lit by the sun, I think you just haven't really thought it through right. Because if you look at any close-up picture of the moon, of a phase especially, down the terminator line, you see very distinct shadows in craters. So it's got craters, it's physical, it's got shadows in craters from the direction of the sunlight, it's lit by the sun. We can't just throw everything out that we once knew about heliocentrism just because most of it is wrong. Some parts can still be right. In fact, the moon is generally the go-to for helioists to prove everything. The eclipse of both things, the moon passes in front of the sun, casts a round shadow, makes sense that it could be spherical. And then when the Earth's shadow gets cast from the sun onto the moon during a lunar eclipse, well, the only thing that can cast a shadow on a round thing is another round thing, which is the stupidest claim ever. That's the helioists claiming that one. You can put a ball out in the sun and get a flat piece of cardboard and run it over the top of it, and it will cast a round shadow. So a flat thing can cast a round shadow on a sphere if it's a sphere, but I don't think it's the Earth casting that shadow at all, because the sun doesn't go beneath it. The very thing that helios have to believe for their ball Earth model is the sun goes below the horizon. Well, guess what? We've got modern technology today. We can send drones up as the sun sets. We can send cameras up on helium balloons to massive heights that nobody had ever reached before. Twice the height that Auguste Piccard ever reached. We can do such amazing things today with our technology, and yet people still believe in something from 2,500 years ago that they knew back then. I was like, that's not science, man. Science is always changing with the new information. And as the technology increases and the information increases, we learn new stuff, and we can see it's flat. And we can see that the drone, the helium balloon, the hovering helicopter, the hovering anything goes up and it comes down. There's nothing moving beneath it. And these are some of the biggest fundamental beliefs of heliocentrism that just destroy that belief so badly that it boggles the mind that people even still believe it. Absolutely boggles the mind. Like flight itself. Just flight. Maybe it wasn't the Wright brothers, maybe it was. It's another tale, but whoever first started flying through the air, one of the biggest fears must have been, well, the ground's going to start moving beneath them, and how are they going to land again on this moving ground? Because you lose that frame of reference, or that inertial frame of reference. You lose it the moment you leave something that's moving. There's nothing else in the world that's moving that you can jump off of and continue going that speed with it, except the Earth. Everything on the Earth does it. But everything else that's on the Earth, if it's moving and you jump off it, moving train, moving plane, moving whatever, jump off it, you lose that inertial frame of reference immediately. We don't see a specular highlight on the moon, absolutely, because it's not a shiny cue ball. That's not even an argument, because the specular highlight comes off a shiny thing. If it's as I've described, I don't know if you've watched my some of my moon videos, but I've described that the reason there are craters on it is that they burst in the molten surface as it rapidly cooled as bubbles, and that's why most of them are nearly perfectly spherical. Some of them even have the dollop set in the center. So it's a material, metallic-y, titanium bauble blown up down in here on Earth, probably with helium. And as it expanded, it started to rise up, and obviously had to have been spinning, I would think, to keep it bauble shaped. I'm not a glass blower, but I think it's similar sort of deal. And then because as it rises, it cools down really quickly, and that then cools it down and sets in place. So meanwhile, all these bubbles bursting on the surface leave behind craters. That's what I think all the craters are. That's why they're nearly all near perfect hits. They're all shallow, they're circular, a few overlapping ones. Some look like big giant explosions. If they came from the inside as it's cooling, that's a better story than asteroids and meteors and stuff hitting it. So that's just my theory, though. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's the gospel. There could be a better explanation for how the moon got there, but that's the best one I've come up with on a lot of evidence from research and knowing that giants did once exist. So much evidence for the giant trees. Somebody had to cut them down. There's so many messes that are just perfectly flat on top that, people with a long diamond filament rope could be stretching it from one side to the other to cut through those trees. That's why water still comes out the top of them, because of the capillary action of the trees still exist. The water has the pressure underground, and as it pushes up, it forms a reservoir. Then that reservoir fills up, so it pushes up to the next one, and so on and so on. So you've got springs continuously flowing through these messes and mountains and things. I mean, it can't be gravity pulling water up, that's for sure. So I think giants existed. I think there's so much proof that giants existed. And some of the stories that I've read, in that book called Secret of the Ages, he tries to avoid giving too much explanation, but basically he's even describing these really giant ones, like the 100-foot tall ones, which had serpents for toes and fingers, that sort of thing. So there's been some bizarre shit going on in the past. Even those statues you see around the Notre Dame, I don't know if you ever looked at some pictures of some of the statues of the beings they had there. I mean, that's some pretty fancy imagination to be able to just imagine those things up. There's a lot of old drawings and stuff of really bizarre creatures. We're talking half animal or multi-animal, all sorts of things. So I do believe that in the past, things were able to exist a lot different from how they're allowed to exist now, or could possibly exist. And I think that's probably why we had so many destructions and resets and so on, was just to wipe them out, because they're just hideous and had a huge advantage. I mean, imagine being a half fruit bat mothman. You could fly with big claws and a phoenix tail, who knows. You've got a huge advantage over innocent people trying to survive. And if you found there was nothing much else left to eat except humans, and if we were created in the Creator's image, then he'd take a liking to us and save us and destroy everything else. That's one way of looking at it. Just ranting a little bit here. Let's have a read of the chat. 2 sticks in a hole from 2,000 years ago. There's actually 1 stick in a hole. 1 well, 1 stick, which I'd say that stick was probably an obelisk. Alexandria, obelisks, sun worship and all that. I'm sure all you want is for people to be free of the cognitive dissonance. The goal is a benevolent one, but always gets lost in translation. Yeah. And in a way, I actually enjoy fucking with people's minds too, like, fuck it. I really do. I think because of their attitude, you're such a moron. Only the dumbest of the dumb think the earth is flat. When I see people like that, I think, rightio, you've brought this on yourself. Let's go at it. You spinning spaceball monkey descendant, man. So yeah, I'm guilty of being a bit of a lot of an arsehole at times. And yeah, sometimes I go through really good phases where all I do is just be nice and just tell people the truth, answer the questions, and not be a prick. And they still keep popping up, and after a while I'm just like, you know what? Fine. Open slather. Let's go at it. And it's really hard because I've had that many 30-day bans on Facebook. And that's my favourite playground, really, because you just get all walks of life. It was just like the 9MSN chats, except 9MSN was MSN around Australia, so it's based on our 9 News, Channel 9 TV. And so it was Australian, which is fine by me because it's all relevant. But I never watched the news. So I was getting my news off the chat as we're going, and that's pretty much where I get my news today, is off Facebook. I don't watch the news. I don't even listen to the radio in the car anymore. I used to at least do that. And now all I do is find somebody's YouTube that's going to go for an hour because I've got a long drive. I don't want to play with my phone while I'm driving. Get caught doing that. Big smack on the back of the hand. So I don't really get my news, so I get it off social media and Facebook. And turns out my main interest is flat earth, so it's always flat earth groups, and it's always these really lowbrow, stupid people asking the same old stupid questions like, why doesn't the sun shrink then if it sets due to perspective? That's their biggest one. There's one in particular, Mick Khor, Khor. That's his biggest question. He can't get over it. He asks me that every day, and I said, mate, I've explained that to you a million times. When something is already sufficiently far away, like a ship on the horizon, and you see it move from one horizon to the other, that ship is not going to change size. Well, the sun is even further away than that ship, and you're only seeing it go from one horizon to the other. And if anything, if you know about the laws of perspective and the way parallel lines work, if anything, it should actually appear smaller when it's higher above us, at the closest point to us, because it's actually going on an angle of trajectory straight up, like the Freemasonic symbol. It's going up, and it's hitting the midday, and then it's coming down. So it's actually closer to us at the horizon, and so it should appear bigger at the horizon, not smaller. But see, they're associating it with the perspective of street lights. When you see street lights disappearing in the distance, they do get smaller because they're so near to us. That's the point I keep trying to make. So hopefully someone can put that into a video with graphics as well, just to demonstrate in a nice short few minute video, a TikTok, why the sun doesn't shrink, because it's so high already. Even if it's only 70 miles high, it's still high, in my opinion. That's my opinion, because I think the firmament is 70 miles high, maybe 62 miles, maybe 72, I don't know, but it's 60 to 70 miles high. And so all the lights that we see, the sun and the stars, only appear as physical, tangible, visible light when they reach the firmament, which is why you get one star in focus. They're all in focus. It's all only at that height. We can't see any further. The old saying, we see through a glass darkly, is our firmament. We see nothing beyond that. We can't see anything. That's why the sky is dark at night, so that's the glass darkly. And in daytime, the sun is fluorescing the noble gases and so on of the atmosphere, only up to 12 to 14 miles high. So we're seeing through sky lightly. And that light is so bright that due to exposure, we can't see through it. So light itself becomes a veil. Like if someone shines a bright light in your eyes, you can't see anything else but that light. Well, that's what sunlight or daylight is doing to our eyes in daytime across the entire sky. And only as the twilight fades so much, as the neons finally stop fluorescing, do the stars appear because of exposure, because the light is no longer blocking them. You think light would expose things, but it's the opposite. Man, this talking is making me thirsty. At least I got a good appetite for it today. It's supposed to be working today. Got cancelled last minute yesterday afternoon, so I've had the day off and got a lot of things done. And otherwise I'd be actually bottling this tonight in the dark. So, and I probably still will be at the rate it's bottling. Chimeras. What's a chimera anyway? I know the word. Can't think of it off the top of my head. So yeah, back to where I'm at just these days is every day. That's what keeps me occupied. If I'm at work, a lot of the time what I do for work is I'm a traffic controller, and we're often in quite remote areas, so half the time I've got no reception at all, which is a bummer. And other times I do have some, and so to pass time, you know, you can often just sit in your car and do sweet FA, and so yeah, I just get involved in chats and write stuff because I love it. That's my thing, is because that's how you test your ideas too. You know, like I wouldn't be able to come in and just speak all this bullshit off the top of my head if I didn't know what I'm talking about, because I've spent years and years practicing my art of not the art of bullshit, but the art of telling it how I see it. And so when I test these theories again and again and repeat them over and over, I'm wondering if there is an actual blockage in this hose. I might have to do a experiment, which I don't really want to have to do live on camera, mind you. It's going to look dicky. Might have to turn the camera for a second. What I'm thinking of doing is wrapping my mouth around the outlet down here. That's the outlet. Geez, this camera's not good. That's the outlet on my new tap system, and it's flowing so slowly. And what I'm thinking of doing, God, camera, get your act together, is getting down here, put my mouth around it, open a tap and blowing into it and see if it blasts something out the outlet tap. It's a bit dodgy. I've been thinking about it for a while now. And at the end of the day, it'll probably make no difference anyway. What's that doing hanging in the air? Come down. It's tempting. Very tempting. Which angle do I approach from? I can move my seat back a bit. No, I can't even get a good angle on it. Persevere or not to persevere, that is the question. Persevere. Nothing better to do anyway. Yeah, rightio, chimeras, yep. Man-made or even spirit-made perhaps, or yeah, those statues of Notre Dame, they're pretty freaky, man. Like, even for the guy to have thought them up in the first place. Or the other idea, this is one idea I've toyed with a lot, no evidence for whatsoever, but you know, if you read magic and stuff like that, which I don't do, but years back I read about some stuff because, you know, it's good to know stuff so you know what you're up against. But one idea that I've thought of, how certain things instantly turn to stone, is that maybe, you know, there's a certain magic powder you can make, and if you take someone and go into somebody's face, you could turn them into stone. Or some other device, maybe it's a technology, you know. I don't know what or how it would work, but it's something I've thought about. Some even think that instant petrification also involves electricity or microwaving or some sort of frequency. So I'd love to know how it's done. But what if those chimeras were actually turned to stone and those statues are actually the statues of real actual things that they captured, and so to ward off others, they put them up as statues on top of the churches as a warning to say, look what we do to you guys, you better not come here. That's why we still got gargoyles and stuff on churches to this day. Could be something in it, I don't know. always good to entertain ideas, I think, just to put it out there and see what other people can bounce back, see what you find out. Plasma. Plasma is a tricky word though, because it sort of just means light. So when we hear of plasma weapons, it's sort of, you can almost describe that even as a laser beam in some sense. It's a tricky one, that, because there's a lot of different words get used in multiple ways. They can have multiple meanings. Can't do that with two hands. But plasma does sort of indicate frequency and electricity at the same time, so could well be. Could well be. There's the only thing I've found out about petrification of people being able to do it. There was a story about a Russian guy in some village somewhere. He was able to do it, but apparently he dug up some young maiden who was, it's a little bit illegal to do that sort of thing, dig up dead bodies, but he was able to do it before she'd putrefied, and was able to petrify her. And apparently the secret went to the grave with him, because you're not supposed to do that sort of stuff, apparently. But it's an interesting topic. I'd like to learn more about what happened, because in my humble opinion, a lot of things we see, landscape features and that, are living beings. There's so much evidence for it. It's associated with mud fossils and all that sort of thing, but you think if the fossilization process took years, a thing might be preserved in a abiotic situation, covered in mud, so that could help stop it from decomposing, I guess. And then slowly the minerals replaced, silica replaced carbon. That's the general consensus of how fossils occur. But I would think that the carbon-based life form would break down simply of its own bacterial content well before it had a chance to petrify. I would think it'd have to be a pretty fast process myself. Don't know. I'll leave that one to the experts. It's an interesting topic though. Close to, making chimeras and stuff, quite possibly too. Wouldn't surprise me if they have. God, what's that? Can't think of the name now. There's a very interesting conspiracy theory about a certain island off New York that they were using to do these biological experiments, and apparently some escaped and washed up in a storm on the shores, and they were very weird looking beast-like things that shouldn't have existed, that they put down to this particular island that was alleged to be one of the things they'd done. Nothing surprises me. The Montauk Project and Philadelphia, was it? The Philadelphia experiment? I think that was just the name of the ship, where they time travelled it, and they messed it up a bit somehow, and so when it reappeared, people were sort of, what's the word for that? Refabricated, reinstated themselves into physicality, and some of them were like stuck half in and half out of the ship and weird stuff like that. And obviously you're going to be in a bit of pain when half your body's stuck inside the metal fabric of the ship's deck or a wall or something like that. There's some weird shit, that's for sure. Okay, I'm going to have to cap this beer and uncap one that I made earlier. Got it. This is pathetically slow. I mean, it makes no difference to the viewer. Just want to be here freaking ever. Oh yeah, by the way, what I am bottling at the moment, this is a little sample I took earlier. And I'm very, very happy and pleased with the result, even though it's still a bit cloudy, as you can see in the glass now, because it's still green, as we call it. What's happened now is it's going into the bottling process where I've dissolved more sugar syrup into it, which will create a secondary fermentation, as it's called. So inside the bottle, once you've capped it, the secondary fermentation, rather than coming out through the bubbler and dissipating, this one, the cap holds it in, and that's what gives beer its bubbles. So it's not that bubbly. And normally you can't drink it green. Let's see if I can get some amount of head on it. There, see, the bubbles only came from the pour. But it's still quite cloudy. But this is actually a pale ale, which I've never actually made a full pale ale of Cooper's before. And I've put in a full thing of ginger into it, which you buy the can to make ginger beer. There's the can right there. I was using it to cover the bubbler. That's the can of ginger beer size, and for comparison, that's the can of the Cooper's. So, two of these and one of them, and the ginger is made so sweet. This beer is probably, I'm not going to say the best I've ever made, but it's going to be up there as a class 1, full strength, really, really good and tasty ginger beer. So if you like ginger beer, maybe I'll start my merch channel and sell bottles of it, or just come along, say good day, and crack one open and have one together. Cheers. Yep, it's not too overpowering in the ginger. I was afraid it might be too much ginger. It's spot on. It's a 2 thumbs up for me. And that box is full, so 2 seconds here. Can't even remember what I did with my opener. It's alright, here's one I prepared earlier. Handy little pocket knife that sits in the pocket for those times when you can't find a beer bottle opener. Cheers again. Oh yeah. Oh, that's nice and cold too. Just the way I like it. Plum Island, there we go. You've heard about it, yeah. Cheers. Living room speakers, hey bro. For a globe earther, you're not a bad fella. Yeah. So I'm doing a very painful, slow bottling process here today. And it's driving me up the wall, actually. I've got to think of a better way. It'd be great if the flow rate just came out twice as fast. You know, it's a beer tap. Why isn't it? Maybe we can stab it with a knife. But we just can't kill the bees. And turning that screw does nothing. It just makes me worry that I've loosened things up too much. Tightening it up makes no difference. I tested all this earlier anyway. Just hoping something would make it go faster. If I pop the seal. Nah, still no different. Just one of those things, eh? Aussie Gold. Got me carton of dry and I'm heading out to the farm for the weekend. Listening to I lose reception. Hey, Good on you, man. Off to the farm. Where's your farm at, mate? I'm practically on a farm here in Korakai. They came and took a heap of the cattle off through the week, actually. Thank goodness, because they're starting to bust through the fence. They're getting that hungry. This time of year, there's no rain. It's dry and it's cold, so nothing's growing. The cows have eaten it all. Everywhere I go, man, you're looking at all the cows are just sitting on the ground in the middle of the day when normally you always see them up munching, because that's all cows do is eat and eat and eat all day. And now they just sort of like, there's bloody nothing to do, nothing to eat here. It's so cold at night. During this nice warm day, I think I just sit down here and soak up some of the sun. That's all they got. Yeah. Starting to attract a lot more birds around here too. They're out there every morning now looking for a feed. They know when I'm home because they see my vehicle. Or maybe they're just always there and I'm not here and I don't see them. And they're still there begging for food anyway. So I give them a bit, not too much, but a bit. And this morning, for the first time, I saw a galah walking just outside the back door with all the other birds off. Hey, awesome. They're usually pretty shy around here. One of those really, really old galahs too. You can just tell it's been around a long time. And I got the rainbow lorikeets hanging around. I threw out a handful of sunflower seeds. This is too far behind. There we go. Handful of sunflower seeds after I saw the galah there, hoping I could attract it back. And the lorries are into that. Because, yeah, seed-eating birds. Normally I just got butcher birds, maggies, currawongs, little noisy miners. The sea galah and some rainbow lorikeets today was pretty cool. But yeah, the animals are getting hungry, man. Everywhere I go, cows are getting hungry. There's nothing to eat. And this is the trouble. You know, we live in a semi-tropical region, and most of the time you can't stop the grass from growing too bloody fast. But at this time of year, it's not growing. Nothing's growing, so they eat it all. And so now they're breaking into my yard all the time, which is approximately 2 acres here. And as much as I'd like them to come and eat it, I've got a veggie patch and herbs and stuff out there now, and I don't want nothing coming and eating that. One cow could go through the lot in an hour, and it's all gone. And fortunately, they haven't done that, and they've been sticking to the grass. But so anyway, it's one of those things I've been very aware of living around here all my life as well, watching the chemtrails, going down the ocean and watching the tides and watching the moon phases and learning all about stuff in nature. I also pay attention to the cows because their attitude, their demeanour can tell you quite a lot about what's going on as well. Oh, this is taking forever. It's the trouble when I open a fresh one as it gets a little bit frothy. Yeah, like when I was living at Clunes, back when I was watching the Southern Cross, every night of the year for 3 years straight to make sure that it's not moving. We can't be on a spinning space ball going around the sun because we're seeing the same stars all the time. Well, anyway, down the bottom of the hill, one of the cattle farms down there, because everybody has cattle on their farms, that's what they do, to eat the grass, is we had this massive storm, like a big hellish storm. You get caught out in one of these storms with the wind and the rain and the stuff, it would possibly kill a normal person. It's that intense. It's full on. And so the following day, there's sticks and branches and leaves all over the place. You know, it's like a bomb went through the place. There's all the cows sitting. They haven't moved from their spot. They're still sitting on the side of the hill. The only shelter they got is themselves in the ground. They've just been through a hellstorm. And you feel really sorry for them when you look at them and you see them all looking at you and they go, what are you going to do about this? And I'm like, man, geez, you poor guys. I feel so bad for you. All the animals around here, on the farms, they're just left out to the elements all the time. Sun, rain, wind, you name it. I think people as a whole, we got to do better for the animals, man. That's my attitude. You want to eat beef, well, man, don't torture the stuff. I wonder if there's a way to hold that with the knee. There we go. It's one of the biggest reasons I'm not a beef eater, is because I've come to know cows and horses. I mean, there's not that much difference. They're all mammals. All these animals feed their young from the breast, and just like us. So to me, it's a very last resort. If I had to eat it to survive, I'd do it, not a problem. But my personal choice is I just don't eat mammals altogether, and it works well for me. I've given them up over 20 years ago now. Now I think of it, 30 years. When I was about 20, I decided to try and go vegan. And the only reason I didn't is because my ex back then, she couldn't give up chicken. She really liked her chicken. So I said, yeah, okay, well, it's a compromise. It's a step along the path. And now I'm getting a big gut because I eat too much chicken. But anyway, you know, life is to be lived once, not in judgment. And I've got no problem with people that choose to eat dead mammals. That's your choice, man. Don't have a cow, man. I'm not one of those militant vegans that feel, yeah, everybody has to do what I do. Do what's right for you, man. If it works for you, keep doing it. And if you're constantly sick and not feeling well, and maybe it's time for a change of diet, I don't know. Only time I took a sick day off in the last 6 years, since I had a decent job, is because I injured my knee one night from drinking too much and taking a pee off the wall, a rock wall, in the wrong place in the dark. I had a slip and banged up my knee and didn't even realise it till the morning. When I got the phone call from work, why aren't you at work? Oh, hang on, sorry, I've slipped through my alarm, I'll be there in a minute. And then the next thing I know, half an hour later, I'm up and say, I actually can't work, I can't walk. My knee was all swollen up and shit. That's the only time I've taken a sickie. I injured myself. They made me get a doctor's certificate. I lost another day of work as a result, which when you're a casual, it's not good. So now I just go to work. No matter how I feel, I don't get sick. Because I do try and take care of my diet, despite how much piss I drink, which is quite a bit. I don't ride a motorcycle. No. Drake T48. No. I bought a motorcycle at one stage, back when I would have been 40. And even the people at the place where you register, and you've hit your midlife crisis. I'm only 40, man. I'm not midlife. I'm still like a teenager. I just decided I finally wanted to have a motorbike and did my licensing. And what I found around here, though, is that the weather is bloody awful for a beginner motorbike rider, because I had all the safety gear, the Kevlar pants, the leather jacket, the helmet, the gloves, the boots, and all that sort of shit. By the time I put it all on, it was so stinking hot. I was sweating my ass off. I'm nearly having a heat stroke. And it was too hot for me. And then, when it was cool enough to go and do it, it was bloody raining, because it rains a lot. And I didn't want to go learning to ride in the rain, because I just didn't want to. And so I found after a year, it just wasn't for me. So I sold my motorbike and got on with life. But I used to ride a push bike a heck of a lot. And I loved riding the push bike. And yeah, I used to ride it up to some of the highest hills so I could just feel the exhilaration of the speed going down. But I loved the silence of it too. I just don't like noisy stuff. So in fact, that's going to lead me to what I thought about, I was going to rant about before. Because it's one of my favourite things to think about is new inventions all the time. And obviously, coming from a non-wealthy background, what I'd like to do is find a way for free transport. That's why I love the push bike, but you got to put a lot of energy into it to get up that hill in the first place. But I was young and fit back then. Now I'm getting sort of old and fat. Well, not fat, but definitely getting as my father called it, I always wanted to look prosperous, which means having a gut. Because, yeah, it doesn't run in our family to be prosperous. All right. So, just Betterment, Tarago, and now down the south coast. Cool. We don't bounce at our age to true living room. I still bounce a bit. I'm only 52, man. I'm still on the scale of things because I started everything younger. I'm sort of on a slower sliding scale of aging. So by the time I'm 60, I'll be about 40, I reckon. It's my theory and I'm sticking to it. But no, it is all in the head. Age is not a thing. I could write a book about that, but nobody would believe me unless I use a crank because it's talking. What you want to do is pick an age like 52. That's the age I'm at now, and just stay that forever. It's possible. I just heard a story the other day about a guy who grew back an amputated thumb because he didn't know that you couldn't. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. Anyway, that's a good one for walking axle because that's what axolotls do. I've actually bred axolotls too, by the way. I know a bit about a lot of stuff. Axolotls are pretty easy to breed, you know, if you've got the right environment. Put some Alodia weed in, which is in some places called oxygen plant, or it's now, have a guess. Here in New South Wales, it's illegal. This has been my #1 best-selling aquarium plant in my pet store, Alodia. It's sometimes sort of like a long foxtail, but foxtail is a different thing. #1 best plant because it produces so much oxygen and it grows so fast, and goldfish and other fish and stuff can eat it. So it's a really good one, and they made it illegal because it can become a noxious plant in our waterways. Oh, it's like, fuck's sake. But anyway, you put some of that into your axolotl tank and they'll lay their eggs all over it. And then you have to remove the parents or they'll eat them all. And then the babies start eating each other as well. But if you can provide enough food for them so they don't eat each other, you can get a few hundred baby axolotls at a time because they're amphibians. They lay that many eggs. It's pretty cool. And I guess in the wild, you know, that's why only a few survive, because they all eat each other. But yeah, if one gets its leg bitten off, they just grow another one. So there's something to be said in axolotl genes. All we got to do is start eating axolotls and we can grow back all our missing limbs, maybe. No, it doesn't work that way. You have to inject it into your DNA. Crazy talk. Anyway, yeah, South Coast, man. Axel was your blue healer. Oh man, are you Aussie? I would have thought that you was American or something. I'm going to take that one out now. If I wash it in time, I can refill it. But we'll save that one for Ron. This one's obviously not overflowing anymore, so I can put it in. If you want a brand for stubby coolers, I'm not sponsored by these dudes, eh? Didgeridoo. get them. It's got a clip. It's made from oil skin. They're internally lined with lamb's wool, so they insulate your beer and keep it cold. Best stubby hole I've ever had, and then I found they made them for long necks too. I freaking love the brand. They're not the cheapest, but hey, they're an Aussie business. If you're going to support somebody, go out and support Didgeridoo. I'm not sponsored by them at all. Unless, of course, they want to, in which case I'll sell stubby holders for you because they're the best. They're honestly the best. Now you buy your $6 wetsuit material stubby holder and it stinks like a thing after a few weeks. The stubby holder I got at the moment I've probably had going for 3 or 4 years. No smell. Still good. Still going strong. Didgeridoo. Aussie. American mutt. I had a feeling, but you had a blue heeler, because yeah, they're a fully Aussie dog, man. What's the other word we call them? Heelers, just heelers, bloody blue dogs. Fucking hell, there's another name for them. It's not coming to me. I should know, because my very first dog that I personally had as an adult living on my own, well, growing up and living with a partner, we adopted one from the pound, was a blue heeler. Unfortunately, she was a bit abused and never really fully come around, but she's a great dog. But I don't think I'd ever have another blue heeler myself. Don't really know what I want. I'm actually a big fan of Chihuahuas. I used to have Chihuahuas and bred them too. They're actually cool dogs if you treat them as dogs and let them be dogs. Don't cuddle them as little toys and that sort of thing. Yeah. Nyana Dama. How you going, mate? Lucky. Cool. Jesus is Luke Skywalker. G'day, Kev. How you doing, bro? Not cattle dog. There you go. That's exactly what I was thinking. Bloody cattle dog. Funny thing is, I'd never heard of a Australian. Is it Australian sheepdog? Australian. Bloody hell, my memory's killing me, you know. There's a dog you get over in the US. It's an Australian. Here we go. It's an Australian Terrier. Not Australian Terrier. Australian Terriers are your little yappy, silky terriers, basically. I'm pretty sure it's just called Australian Sheepdog. And you go over to the US and they're really popular. And yet I came from Australia and we'd never heard of them. There's no such thing. And it kind of looks a bit like a cross between a Border Collie and a Lassie. What's that? The Lassie dog, the Scottish Collie, just Collie. So Border Collie, and perhaps a dash of blue heeler into it, which would give it the Aussie name. Yeah, and they're really good dogs, eh? Don't get me wrong. We just don't have them in Australia, and I thought, geez, you'd think I'd know the Australian breed of dog if they're called that, since I come from Australia and grew up on farms and that. Our main dogs over here are your blue heelers or cattle dogs and Kelpies and Border Collies. Border Collies were always my favourite. Kelpies they're just a working dog. They got a lot of dingo in them. And the blue heeler, I would say, has a bit of all that is in them as well. So there's definitely some dingo in them. And the dingo can make them hard to train, you know, like disobedient, but at the same time, if you've got enough border collie into them, that mindset of wanting to work makes them great workers. But yeah, dogs are great. I'm so close to getting a dog in these last couple of weeks, so very close. And I was nearly going to get it last weekend. I might even get it this weekend, except I wanted one of the boys from the litter. They had about 9, and they had 2 boys left. And I thought, yeah, I was umming and ahhing between the 2, and then it's just so difficult around here because I've got to do fencing and shit because I'm not home all the time because I'm out at work. So then you've got to be a responsible dog owner and all the rest. And she's still got one female left, which is now a rescue dog, and I'm so tempted. And it's called an American Staffy, or American Staffordshire Terrier, which is a contradiction because Staffordshire is England. So it's a American English Staffordshire Terrier. But that's just what we call them here because it's a pit bull. But pit bulls are great. Their reputation is they don't deserve. They can be really good. The only thing that makes them a mess is the people that get them, the owner. And I don't want to be one of them, and technically I could end up being one of them sort of things because I'm not here all the time. I don't have the time to train it, and that's what's preventing me from doing it. But damn hell, I might still get her tomorrow. Who knows? We'll wait and see. If she's still available. Like, she told me last weekend she's found a home for her, and I was, sweet. Now I don't have to worry about it. It's not a problem. And then texts me through the week, oh, that person had health issues with their daughter or something. She can't take her. So it's still there needing a home. And it could be the thing. It could be the one for me. I've never had a lot of success with Staffies. The one breed that has always caused me grief. When I had the pet store, I had a lot of puppies pass through my hands, and anything that was a Staffy crossed with something, often Labrador Staffy crossed, they're just, they had trouble. They have a lot of energy. Once they get the right owner, they're good. They'll be great. But when you've got a litter of 7 of them, and you leave them out at night, and you wake up in the morning, and they're mauling into your big guinea pig enclosure of this huge run and killing everything, and you just, oh no, more of my guinea pigs are getting killed, and you're grabbing them by the scruff of the neck and chucking them out and grabbing the next one, and they're carrying on. I was like, fucking get out of my guinea pigs. And then the neighbours yelling, shut those fucking dogs. Yeah, you can understand it's a bit full on. Not the sort of experience you want to have. Like when I was breeding guinea pigs, I love them. Good, peaceful little creatures, eat grass and vegetables and all your scraps and weeds and anything you can throw them. And then you got these puppies just mauling them to death and killing you. Oh, man. I had like 3 litters of different guinea pigs in this massive big ring of enclosures, and man, you gotta suck it up. So anyway, I sort of got to the stage I'm not much of a dog person at all, to be honest. They're high energy, high demand, high association, and I think I just want a cat. Something that if I leave it at home for the day, you can just go and play for the rats and kill them all. Starts hurting my birds, I'll just teach it. Don't do that to my birds, man. Cats are pretty good. So yeah, the older I get, the more I think I'm a cat person, not a dog person. But sometimes, dogs choose you. So what have I been missing? I've seen the chat sort of getting away on me a little bit there. Yeah, bloody oath, all dogs are bloody crafty, eh? And if they taste blood, and there's all the cows around here and stuff, so I need a good fence. Fucking blues, mate. Yeah. Well, see, my first blue healer, which, Don't get me wrong, we loved her. She was awesome, but she's placid, great with the kids, not a problem. But while we were out, that's when she got up to mischief. And no matter what I did, because the caravan we lived in, we ended up moving it to the house I lived in next door, and then my in-laws bought that office, so they had a place to stay when they came to visit and see their grandkids and stuff. So it was a pretty good arrangement. And but to fence it off properly was a bit difficult. So I had wire sort of fencing across it and underneath it in a sense. And somehow this crafty blue heeler, she just kept finding her way out all the time. We had no idea. We just thought she was a great dog. Really good around the family, all the rest. But she'd get out all the bloody time. And every now and then, this woman would come into our pet store and start abusing us. Your dog started bailing me up on the street again today. I'm just going for my walk. And it's like, our dog? No way. She's fenced in. It's impossible. Anyway, yeah, it kept happening. We did all the things we could, did the hormone injections and all, you name it. It was pretty heartbreaking. But we didn't want to get sued by this weirdo woman that was accusing us of our peaceful, loving dog bailing her up all the time. Maybe it was just picking up on her energy because she was like, see you in the Northern Territory. But we were running a business, we were breeding dogs and cats left, right and centre, and unfortunately this poor old girl had to go, and it was terrible. So yeah, I hate to think of animals as disposable, because never once of all the hundreds and hundreds of puppies that went through our hands through that pet store, never once did we have one put down because we couldn't find it a home. Every single one found a home. We didn't care about the loss at the end of the day. If we had to give it away, like, we didn't, because we knew that to find a responsible owner, you have to at least get them to pay for the costs, vaccinations and microchips. Don't get me started on that. But we had a lot of costs, and we had suppliers pay for all our food and stuff for our animals. So, tell you what, if you want to run a profitable business, run a pet store. Man, for somebody like myself with no official education but good business sense, running a pet store is good, because your suppliers will feed all your fish, all your dogs, all your animals for you. And meanwhile, you write all the stuff you use for them as a tax write-off. And a lot of things you breed yourself never really actually even existed, so nobody knew that you made a few hundred here, a few hundred there. You didn't pay tax on it, especially in the fish. And you could write off so much as fish loss. So, not that I'm telling anybody how to avoid paying tax, mind you, but if you want to avoid paying tax, have a pet store. Fucking A. And they can't get me now because it's more than 7 years ago, so. I hate paying tax. I was having this conversation with a bloke at work the other day, and he was saying, oh yeah, well, you got to work and pay taxes and pay away. And I said, well, did you know that before 1913, before the Titanic disaster and before World War I broke out, nobody paid any tax? And they had buildings, they had streets, they had hospitals, they had police, they had schools, they had all these things because nobody paid taxes. And because of that, the people that were doing well, who were the farmers, the people who owned some land and were able to run a business at a profit, they'd have all this extra money, and they didn't really have anything to do with it, so they voluntarily contributed to the community and say, well, look at all these families growing up, and we'll build them a school. Oh, there's some people getting sick, we'll build them a hospital. Oh, we need to transport our horse and buggies around, and our electrical motor cars, and eventually our internal combustion fuel cars and say, we'll build them some roads. That's how it was done. It was voluntarily paid by the community, by the big wigs, the people doing well. They just did it. Nobody was taxed. You know, you earned a few shillings a week. You kept your few shillings a week. You spent it on your family. So when people say that you're a leech on society because you're not a taxpayer, it's like, no, you're a smart person on society because you're avoiding the theft on your society that is unnecessary. You know, people agreed, oh, well, we'll pay some taxes because it's war and we're at war with another country somewhere. So to support our boys over there while they can't be at home working, we'll give a percentage of our income to them, and then when they come home, we won't have to pay it anymore. But anybody that knows anything about history knows that the powers that be, once they take a privilege from you or force you to pay one, they don't let it go again. They'll keep it forever. So, and all they do is keep adding more and more and more taxes to the point where now anybody grows up. You know, the first time I ever heard the expression was actually when I went to the States when I was 16, and the host brother of the family I was living with, he thought he was really clever, talking to his friends and saying, well, the only thing I know for sure is someday I'll die and I'll pay taxes. Death and taxes are known for sure. This is how we've grown up through the generations, is thinking that it's normal to die and it's normal on your way there to keep paying taxes. Why would any rational human being want to voluntarily pay taxes? Yeah, this is my thing. I don't think anybody should have to pay any taxes for any bloody thing, because if they didn't, then eventually they're going to have so much money that they're going to realise, we need some schools, we need some roads. And so you'll pay for them. And you'll get them done with local contractors and things will work. The only ones who should be paying taxes are the corporations, because they've become a cooperative of various people, and a cooperative of various people isn't a family. So a family man shouldn't have to pay taxes, but a cooperative of successful business people forming a corporation, making a profit from the families, they're the ones that should pay taxes that go back into the community to pay for these things. And they can still make a profit. They're only paying taxes off the profit. It's not coming off their bottom line before they're, But now it's the worker, the working man, who's having 20% minimum, 30% of his living wage taken before he's even got a chance to spend it. And then when he does spend it, fuel tax, food tax, road tax, vehicle tax, tax, man. They're taxing us out of existence to the point where if you're just trying to get by and 80% of the money you spend isn't actually a hidden tax, then you must be a rich person, because that's anybody that's on wages. That's just the way of it. It shouldn't be. We should be able to take 100% of our income home, and we shouldn't have to pay any more than 1% in tax for the basic infrastructure. But because of the system that you have to pay the taxpayer to collect your taxes, and then you have to pay the auditor to audit how much tax you paid, and then you have to pay the safety inspector of the auditor and the tax collector, and then there's just so much bullshit happening now and so much wasted money that it would be quite simple to fix it and just say no to all of them. Anyway, that's where you go when you're talking about dogs and having a business. Who else has said something? Larky, Diana Dharma. We need places for learning. Awesome libraries are things. School is school though. Oh, Shoal. I'm having a triple IPA Sierra Nevada. That sounds alright. I'm having a Roscoe's Cooper's Korakai long neck. Cheers. Man, I'm going to get a shine up by the time I go through all this. I'm actually not doing too bad, I guess. This one's only 58 litres. Well, 60 litre tub, I think, used to hold more like 65. So I've got about 4.5 cartons out of it. So I'm actually getting somewhere. 2 3/4. I think I'll get 4 and a little bit out of this one. We'll find out. Slowly but surely. This is very taxing on the body. Doing things slowly. I hate doing things slowly, man. I like things to go fast so I can go wham, bam, pacham. Thank you, man. Except when I'm making love. But... oh, shit. See, I knew it would happen eventually. First slip. Ugh. Need to stretch. I was so close. There it is. There it is. That's what we've all been waiting for. Cap on. Onto the capper. Snap it down. Another one down. No young bottles of beer on the wall. No young bottles of beer. Beauty of this one is that they keep adding up, not subtracting. So taxes. Almost sounds like Texas, only it's taxes. Something went wrong. Something went wrong and it said tap to retry, so I did. Hey, lots of beers. When I saw that happen last time I did a live stream, it said something went wrong. I think what it did is it automatically sets it to private unless I click the tap to retry. Because it didn't go through until like the next day. I had to go through into the, what's it called, your YouTube management channel thing and see that it had changed it to private. It's easy to do on the laptop, but on the phone it's a little bit more involved. You're opening up a whole different sort of app. Man, this is going slower and slower. I want my money back in this tap now. I was hoping this would make life easier, not harder. Patience, man. Patience. Yeah. I've been walking the streets at night. Just trying to get it right, 'cause I need you. Yeah, I need you. Just a little patience. Pissed me off because I was never a really good singer, eh? And not saying I am now either. But when I met up with my mates I hadn't seen in like 20 years, we used to all jam around the campfire and that sort of stuff. No shit. We were, that's the stuff we did. We could have a campfire on the beach and stuff back then. We had really good times. And now though, well then, which is probably 10 years ago or more, when I went for a reunion, we're at one of the dude's house afterwards, and they decided to have a jam. Yeah, cool, just kick back, a bit of fun. And man, my fucking mates, no word of a lie, it embarrassed me terribly. They were singing in absolute perfect unison, like a well-trained choir. You got that other song is it Patience that also has whistling in it? Well, there's another one. Anyway, songs that I've never learnt, and I'm trying to join in, and fucking hell, I'm the odd one out, eh? It's pretty scary. But again, I've just gone off and done my own thing. I feel sometimes when I play guitar, I can hold a bit of a tune, eh? It's not great, but I can hold my own sometimes. In fact, sometimes I think my voice is improving. Ever since I actually let the beard fully grow, like really grow out. Always had a bit of a goatee and stuff, but since I let it fully grow out, it's almost as though my voice has changed with it. And I can sing way better than I thought I could. Don't worry, I'm not going to start breaking out into song. No. Felt like it for a second. Bottling beer could be so fulfilling if you didn't feel like you're just sitting here doing nothing and saying, man, come on, hurry the fuck up. It's getting dark almost. I think the sun has set. It's still twilight out there, but the sun has set. It's one of the beautiful things about living here in Korakai, is that in this part of Korakai, mind you, not the last part I lived in. It's here. It is so flat that you get twilight for over an hour, nearly every day. If it's a clear day like today, might even have to pick up the camera and go for a stroll and have a quick look. If ever this beer will ever feel. Come on, man. Get your act together. It could be my own fault now that I think about it. When I installed it, it came with a little elbow piece that you screw on the back of the tap, and it points down, but because it was so tiny, like only about 2 millimeters wide, I thought that would slow down the flow effect of the beer when I go to pouring it. So I thought I'd just leave it out and leave it wide open so it won't go slow. Maybe if I put that in, because it was part of the tap, maybe that would speed it up. Oh, God. If I was pouring beer this fast at a bar, I'd have people throwing empties at me saying, hurry the fuck up, you motherfucker. Yeah, I'm doing the best I can, man. It's coming out of the trickle. Maybe I need to... Yeah, that might work. If I see, this is the overflow pipe that I had going into a jar of water with colloidal silver in the water, just so it stayed sanitized. So I had this sort of sitting in it, and so I knew it was fermenting beautifully because I could hear it going all the freaking time. In case you missed that, it was constantly bubbling all the time. And So I'm thinking now what I should do is maybe select a point, cut some off and put an air compressor into it, reseal the top up and get a pump and pump some air into it, and that will create a downward pressure gradient and the beer should come flying out. I'm really tempted to do that. Except that involves effort, man. You know what I might do instead? How many are watching now? Still 7. No, that's pretty freaking awesome. Thanks, guys. Hang on. Let me scroll here. I missed a few. Beard is magic, man. Thank you. Hair is like an antenna to the world. I absolutely believe that. That's why I did it. That's why I let my hair grow to test it for years and years. I just let it grow. And I thought, for years and years. I didn't let it grow. I was shaving it. It was bald, man, because it gets itchy living in semi-tropics. But if I let my hair out, man, it's pretty freaking long, eh? I'm pretty pleased with it. And I let the beard grow, and it is like an antenna. Hey. Woohoo! Time to let the hair down. So, don't get me wrong, I don't promote drug use at all. I don't think anybody should ever use drugs. Well, not abuse them anyway. But I think it's that time of day. Sun is going down. A little bit of the flowering parts of the cannabis plant can sometimes do some medicinal things for your mind and your sanity. But for years and years and years, I used this stuff medicinally. And I feel like I need a little bit of a medicinal dose. So if you're not drinking and you're like a little bit of a chuff, it's chuff o'clock. It's 4:20 at least. Yeah, that is the spot. So never ever do drugs, but do herbs, man. It comes from nature, man. Just do it. It's my attitude. I think these days the sort of the cannabis movement has gone a little bit too far. Because, man, for so long, because the stuff was illegal, it's sort of, in a sense, forced or funneled. It made people grow stronger and stronger strains of the cannabis sativa plant. And as a smoker back in my day, I don't smoke anymore, of course. You know. But back in the day, I thought that was a good thing because you smoke less because smoking is harmful. So the less you have to smoke to get your medicinal effect from it, then the better it must be for you. So in a sense, making it illegal helped us. And now we've got really good strains, and now we've reached the stage where you motherfuckers should have never made it illegal in the first place. Why did you? Well, it's tough titties. Now we've got some really strong stuff, and some of the young people can't actually handle it. The way I used to only smoke bloody leaf when I first started. I was quite happy with a little leaf high. And then when you get some bud highs and you get into your purple sinsemilla and all that different stuff, eh? Been there, done that. In fact, the way I actually got over being addicted to smoking pot was because I was only able to afford a small amount of time. You know, I wasn't earning enough money. And so I'd only buy like a little 50 bag, and that could last me for 1 to 2 weeks, and then have to go and find another one and another. And eventually I got to the point where my business was doing so well that I was able to ask a friend for a whole ounce at a time. And when I got that ounce, it lasted me longer. If I broke it down into $50 bags, it lasted me twice as long, because I was never really worried about where I'm going to get the next lot from. And so I'm trying to, you know, what do you call it? Can't think words. Where you have to ration it out. You ration it, and I'll just take a little bit. No, I'll just take a little bit. Take a little bit. When you're rationing, you end up doing the opposite. When you've got abundance, you actually use less. It's a true story, and I think that's the mentality behind capitalism, in a sense, is that when there's a scarcity, people desire it more and they'll pay more for it, and it makes you want it more, and so you keep paying more for it, and then they realize, well, that's what the market will bear, we'll just keep it at that price, we'll reduce a little bit when we've got an abundance again, but we'll just store the abundance away until we just say, oh, there's another scarcity, and people start paying more again, and they keep making more and more and more. It's just human nature. If everybody had an abundance of everything they wanted, there'd probably be no obesity. There would be no scarcity, obviously, because we've got abundance. But I think that's the whole obesity thing, even though it's poor diet, poor choice, and addictive foods with too much sugar and fats and all that sort of stuff that the human body craves. But if we all just had a normal number of calories that we needed every day, and that was just our given that we grew up with, without excess sugar and excess fats and that sort of stuff, then there wouldn't be obesity. There never was. You look at all these old-fashioned pictures, even pre the 40s, and when they first had cameras in streets of London and stuff, you look at everybody, they're all slim, they're all well-dressed, they're all, there might be some cheeky buggers and all that sort of stuff in it, but there's not a fat person amongst them. Now you put this camera out in the streets in somewhere in, pick your urban city in the United States, for example, and that meant be picking on the States, but pick a city, put a camera out the street and look at the obese people waddling down the streets and stuff. It's what capitalism has done to us. My grandfather was ardently anti-communist, hated the communists. He just, if anybody even mentioned the word, he'd go into a rave. Oh, the communists are destroying the world. The A-bomb, you name it. He was a science teacher. This is the way propaganda works. The more educated you are, the more susceptible you are to propaganda. So I've come from a long line of well-educated propaganda believers. So I think cannabis helped me break free from it, because you see through the lies. The sun has set. I'm just going to go for a bit of a walk. Why not? Push the arrow down. Here we go. 300 an ounce or so in Australia went crazy during lockdown. 400. Mate, back when I was in high school, I remember when it was around 300 an ounce. And people in Maitland and so on, they were paying 400, 500, 600. We're talking 20 years ago. The prices themselves have never changed. So anyway, that's what a sunset here in Coraki looks like. I'm just showered over there for the moment. You can listen to the birds. plant was so awesome to look at today. There was like bees all over the flowers. And then when you look closely, there's these really tiny. I nearly brought the camera out and took a video of it because it was just so awesome. There's a little native bees, and they're just buzzing all over. That's plovers too, for those who don't know the sound of those. Plovers are called night birds as well because they make the noise at night. But yeah, this plant, you know how cool that is? That there is rocket. You can eat rocket. And that one, that massive thing, bigger than corn, that's another one. Both of them just came up from seed from previously bought rocket plants. So I'll go back inside now, but I'm pretty happy with what I did with the growing of the rocket. It's funny how it's called that, isn't it? And one of our things about NASA and all that is always about rockets. And I think I'm running out of battery real quickly here too. Try and keep it plugged in. When it's running live like this, it's draining it pretty quickly. But anyway, camera back up on that stand, that helps a bit. $40 for 20 cigarettes, 90% tax. $2 a litre of fuel, $8 a gallon. Yeah, mate, they are. That's. And see, I've got a theory. Maybe I'll talk about that now because I've still got another carton and bottle. I better move that one first. This one's going to go on even slower because it's on a trickle effect. So I'm going to keep the live stream going until I'm done because taxing the crap out of us. That is so true. There's so many avenues I could go down with that. There's even a sewage tax of it. Well, there is. If your rates, your local council, water and sewage. So you pay for your water, you pay for your sewage disposal. That's taxing the crap out of people. You want roads? Oh, you pay taxes for that. You want a car? Well, you got to register that. More taxes. You got to have it inspected every year. You don't have to in Queensland, but here in New South Wales we do. Tax. Tax, 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 tax. You want to earn a living? Oh, well, you have to earn a living. If you don't, you're a pariah. Why aren't you a taxpayer? All right. Automatic 20% of your income taxed. Just gone. But hang on a sec. Oh, I saw a really good one about that today. You pay tax on the money you earn, you pay tax on the money you spend, and then if you sell something, you get taxed on that as well. Even though you've already paid tax on it and the money you used to buy it, because you've made an income. Tax and motherfucking tax. Yeah, I think that's where I was going to go with that, is I personally don't believe that World War II ever finished. It never ended. I mean, I don't ever remember seeing a declaration of the end of the war. And this one is a bit of a mind bender, but I'm going to say it because I'm getting a bit of a shine and I feel like talking about it. And what I think is World War II never officially ended. If you know much of your history of World War One, which is one of the subjects I did do in high school, which I found kind of interesting in modern history. And the teacher was very guarded with a lot of the words he said. You could almost see him like he's doing a lot of wink stuff when he's talking about, was it the 6-Day War and stuff like that. War these days is all about insider knowledge, spies and that. So you basically get in and destroy the Air Force on the ground before it even has a chance to take off and do what it was going to do the following day. I think that's sort of how it worked. So my thinking is World War II never finished, never ended, but here's the thing I don't talk about too often because nobody wants to listen to this. But what if the Germans won the war? And as a flat earther, this is how I came to this conclusion, is because what I think the whole reason why flat earth was suppressed in the first place and why they turned the world into a globe is because there are known other lands beyond Antarctica and they are pretty much impossible to reach. And the whole Captain Cook expedition was to try and find this great southern land. So it was known, it was rumoured about, people had heard, the streets are paved with gold, but iron over there is worth more than gold. So he spent years and years looking for it. Like Australia was known, it was considered a bit of a desert wasteland. It was called New Holland 200 years prior to Cook ever coming to it. But he did go and chart the east coast, which I think already had a lot of established buildings and so forth, don't get me wrong. And he also charted New Zealand. But one of the 3 journeys, he spent 3 years circling Antarctica looking for a break through the ice wall and couldn't find it. And so the whole narrative gets distorted and destroyed and blah, blah. And they turn Antarctica into a tiny continent at the bottom of a globe. Whereas meanwhile, it's been known for a long time there are other lands further beyond it, but pretty much only 1 or 2, if that, breaks through the ice wall, which only open at certain times. And I think that could even be controlled by the people on the other side because they know what's going on this side. So they can see whether or not, well, we're not going to let the fucking British come through, are we? We'll just put our air conditioners back on and freeze it back over, and we're not going to let him through. But this guy's got a bit of integrity. Very curious about him. He seems like a nice guy. We'll let him through. And so what happened in World War II, while they're all fighting over shit piles in Europe and whatnot, is that the Germans were spending their money on the U-boats and exploring Antarctica. And their U-boats found a passage beneath the ice wall. And they got out and they found the great southern land. And because they got there first, that was the goal that everybody was fighting for all along. Here it's just a shit pile. We've got too many people. We've got to destroy many, just get rid of so many useless eaters, and they're breeding too fast, whatever. But the goal is to find these hidden lands beyond Antarctica. So, as a result of the Germans getting there first, they had basically won the prize, the Golden Globe, the Holy Grail. They'd gotten to the Great Southern Land first. And the story goes that I've heard is that the U-boats, apparently there was 2 of them, they found this land, and all of the crew, after being there for a few months or whatever, they basically said to the captain, well, you know we can't go back. And the captains go, well, yes, of course, I understand, but they had their sworn duty to their government, their Kaiser, their whatever, and so they had to return with their U-boats with an absolute skeleton crew, and that basically meant the Germans had won. They got the goal first. That was the goal, the hidden goal. That's what the globe was invented for, to hide. And as a result of that, because the Germans had already been through the World War I humiliation of being defeated and knowing the utter disparity of a defeat, because by that stage they had got some of the best rocket scientists and propaganda agents and you name it, they got the U-boats. They did it. They built their nation back up because of German ingenuity, and they defeated England thoroughly. They defeated Russia thoroughly. They defeated the lot, and at the last minute, the Americans were brought in, and what they did is they used their best propaganda agents then to take over the US, the Russia, the England sort of had their own little thing, they couldn't do too much. But instead of telling the people that they'd lost the war, because they didn't want them to feel humiliated and defeated, they told them they'd won, and oh yeah, you can publish whatever you like in your papers, oh the Germans were baby killers, and oh look at them killing all the prison war camp people that were put there for their own safety at a time of war when they declared war on them in the first place, and blah, 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 blah. And England was forced to give over Palestine to these people who no other nation in the world wanted, and Palestine was the last place that because that was their promised land, they finally gave it to them, and that was founded in 1948 with 6 million people, which were apparently exterminated somewhere that you can't talk about because that was the written thing. But the Germans, they'd won, and that was the war reparations, and they sent their best rocket scientists and propaganda agents to both Russia and America and made a Cold War as a cover story to make them think they'd won and they could just fight each other, and then they had their space war and all this stuff. And meanwhile, all the taxpayers are just paying for it all, and all the money's just getting taken out of all the countries, and people are getting poorer and poorer and poorer because the winners have taken it all and left their best agents behind to do it for them. Now that's a conspiracy worth thinking about. Again, I could be wrong, but it makes a lot of sense. I mean, who are all the founding fathers of NASA and the CIA from Operation Paperclip? Nearly all of them were, there was hundreds of ex-Nazi German scientists who avoided the Nuremberg trials. And what were the Nuremberg trials? I haven't really looked into it, but it makes me think is that it was just a media fanfare, wasn't it? It was something to put in the papers to say, oh, they hung 5 or 6 people, and the headlines could say, well, they hung hundreds. Who would know? See, back then people would believe whatever the media told them. The media was all new, all this new electronic news and stuff. Whereas meanwhile, over in the Great Southern Land, apparently they'd had electronic communication pre-1800s. And it was no big deal for them. It was flat screen televisions in people's homes. They apparently, the story still says that they had a little bit of narrative. They had to watch a certain amount of it. and have certain things playing at certain times. So it might not be all freedom and cookies and baked apple pies, but I don't know. I don't know what goes on over there. But it seems to me that whatever it is, the hardened German soldiers that went over on those U-boats absolutely refused point blank to ever come back. They'd rather get shot on the spot. And the captains just were like, oh, I understand. You think about that. Tells you a little bit about why they don't want us to think about what's beyond Antarctica. As far as I'm concerned, that's the big conspiracy of flat Earth, in my books. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying I'm thinking about it and contemplating it. That's the way I do my thinking. Everything is worth considering and thinking about, and if it seems right, then it could be right. It's interesting. The reconquest happened and America discovered almost immediately. I might have to scroll up a little bit here. Oh, I have missed a lot. There we go. Personal property tax. Yep. So we paid tax on everything you already own. Exactly, man. You don't own it. You own the title to it. And then you have to pay tax on that title. 1984, they just switch up to who is fighting who around in circles to keep us from reaching real abundance. Exactly. That's what's Ukraine. Jesus is Luke Skywalker. Thumbs up because, yeah, man. Obviously, I'm at the stage where I haven't suffered fools gladly. Speak shit. So it's good to see that the people here know what's going on. That's an interesting thought. Diana Dharma. Diana Dharma. I'm going to learn how to pronounce that properly. The outer lands, like Australia especially, have super different creatures that I think maybe because they're close to other lands that have more of those things. And you know what's interesting? I read this thing years back called the Thea-Uber prophecies. Don't ask me to spell Thea-Uber. Thia-Ouba. Thea-Uber. It was an interesting one, but it was a really good story because it was, to me back then, it was an alien abduction story from an Australian. And so, man, I'm not going to doubt a fellow, was he? If he writes a fair dinkum report of being abducted. But, oh, fucking hell. I'm not paying attention here. I just put a cap on that and I've only filled it up to there. Looks like that one's only getting that full because I couldn't be bothered. So the Thea-Uber prophecies, I don't know if you ever read it. Very, very interesting. The guy says he gets abducted and he gets taken away, and he says part of the process of going to the other lands is he has to spend a day or two in a detoxification unit to have all the parasites removed from his body. So he has to take things and some sort of electronical sort of stuff and has all the parasites removed. And then he can go to this other land. And apparently the story of the narrative is it's meant to be another version of a Yahweh or somebody. But he says we've refined our technology now so that it doesn't take months and months to travel from here to the stars and beyond. Now it only takes hours or a day sort of thing. And it's like, ooh, if it's an external outer land, that makes sense. I've really got to read this Thea-Uber prophecy again now in the light of knowing we live on a flat and stationary Earth, because everything about it makes a lot of sense. So he goes to this place and they have this technology where you basically do have hoverboards. You can sort of stand on a bit of a platform and travel at a great speed through the air, and you're sort of cushioned so you don't feel the air rushing around you, because it creates that cocoon like bees have from that frequency, that they can fly through a big headwind and fly in a straight line. It doesn't affect them. They sort of cocoon themselves against it somehow because of vibration and frequency. Interesting stuff, eh? So, yeah, it's a really interesting read, and it makes me think, well, yeah, he's just gone to outer land. He hasn't gone through outer space that would take months to do previously. They've taken him to an outer land, and obviously they don't want any of our inner Earth or Middle Earth parasites and worms and bacteria and all that sort of stuff. So he has to go through a bit of a cleansing process to get through. And man, the buildings he talks about over there has inspired a lot of stuff that I've thought about over the years too. Is apparently these buildings are huge egg-shaped things, and from the inside, obviously they're using technology to project what's on the outside onto this big egg-shaped dome surrounding of your building. So it gives you the sensation of living outside, yet from the outside, people looking in, and all they see then is this egg-shaped dome. So you've got complete and utter privacy with the sensation of as though you're living outside, which I thought that's really cool. The egg shape, man, oh God, there's so many things our technology could improve on so much, because the egg is vortex energy. Yeah, I've done videos on that before. Man, this is so cool. I love technology. The fact that I'm talking to people across the world live. I greened out the first time on skunk, 1990 or so. I blacked out on my front porch after a cone. Jeez, that must have been good stuff, man. I mean, well, not good, because nobody wants to black out or green out. So, sorry to hear that, dude. That's why I think it's good to have education about the use of our natural herbs. When you know what you're doing, you'll get the most out of it. If you don't know what you're doing, it might sort of put you on a learning curve at least. Yeah, absolutely. People who claim to own the world's money, well, they're the ones that print it. And they're so sneaky, their whole method is like controlled opposition on top of itself, like 007 and 007. That's it is, absolutely. It is so clever, like the people that thought of it. But at the other side of the scale is then the people who are suffering from it have to be as clever too and say, well, hey, we're not playing that game. You don't own the land. I don't have to pay you taxes for it. I live here. This is my land. Fuck off. That's my attitude. That's what I've always wanted to do from a long time, back when I did actually own a block of land with a house on it. I've been there, done that, had my death debt or mortgage, and how I felt about it is, man, I'm just going to use this soil and build up a big brick wall fortress around it. Of course, my partner at the time thought I was insane. And I probably think that the only way we get progress is from insane people, because we're driven to insanity, because that's the price of our oppression. It makes people so insane they'll do crazy things, which at the end of the day are the most sane things you can do to fight back. So build up some brick walls, man. Mud brick. Grow hemp. Grow hemp. In a herd of the hemp stem mixed with lime and local rock dust creates hempcrete, which you can pour into molds, and at the end of the day those molds will create bricks which will turn into stone. And that's how we fight back, man, is you just got to build up walls, and I'm not saying physical, it's more of a mental thing. Building up walls against the oppression of these people that think they can just get away with it, stealing our shit. Man, if you live on the land, it is your land. You own it. You don't have to pay shit to nobody. Especially if you've already paid the price from somebody else to own the title. You shouldn't have to pay dick to Henry. What are we if we're not, if it's meant to be a capitalist society, then what we've bought and paid for, we own. It is ours. How does anybody have any right to charge you fees or licenses against it? They don't. It is written in the Constitution. Nobody can charge fees or licenses on any free man on the land. It's in the Australian something or other here or there. It's basically up to the free man on the land to tell them to go and get fucked. And of course, nobody wants trouble. So what do? You buy your way out of trouble. You bribe them. That's all you're really doing, is you're paying a bribe to avoid trouble. And so, meanwhile, in one of the other backburners in the back of my mind, I've got a really good self-defense system bubbling away, which, well, there's not much else to talk about. Waiting for this slow dribble to fill this bottle. I might even talk about it a little bit. I've often thought that bamboo is a pretty good grass to grow, because you can make poles out of it and you can make tents out of it, and then when you use the cannabis plant to make canvas, you've got some instant housing for people who are desperate for somewhere to live. So if you've got some land and you've told people where to go, then within a year or so of growing bamboo and cannabis, you've got instant, free, cheap housing until the point where you can start to build proper huts out of hempcrete, stone walls. But let's say the government wanted to invade your land and say you're not paying enough taxes. You got too many people living there, you can't have that many people living there. Even if you can prove, well, actually we're pooping in a bucket and we're composting it, we're recycling everything, and we're actually using the urine to tan some hides of some of the animals we kill, which are feral animals, which we're using so we can use the land. As you would here, we've got kangaroos all over the place. And so you could say to these government officials, well, you've got a few options here. You can fuck off or you can fuck off. Which would you prefer? And if they don't take either of the options you give them, well then they are declaring war on your territory. Don't fall for all the government crap and think you, as a citizen, you have to believe in that crap. If somebody is declaring war on your territory, then any man of the land has the right to defend it. And you have the right to use deadly force if necessary. Now, you'd be a little bit crazy to go up against a huge, powerful force that has an air force and all that sort of shit and millions of military they could bring in at any time. You have to be smart about it. So the smart way is to cut off the little guy at the ground before he can even think about bringing in all the bigwigs. And there are multiple ways of doing that. Oh, that was the one I wanted to talk about too, was the transport thing. And the transport thing and the defense thing are interrelated. Because the minute you learn the power of compressed air in PVC pipes and air compression tubes, you don't need gunpowder anymore. You don't need explosives. And you've also got silent weapons. So if you've got compressed air within a PVC tube and you've got a massive amount of it, then you can create a barrel even out of PVC because you're not creating that much heat, unless you're going on the automatic fire of lots and lots and lots of lead balls at a time, in which case you might have to use a steel barrel to withstand the heat. But technically you don't really have to do that. But yeah, the power of compressed air in a compression chamber with a quick release valve through a narrow channel can propel a object at extreme pace that would have similar firepower to most guns which have been banned completely through Australia. We can't have guns at all, but yeah, I could pretty much replicate just about any gun you could imagine with some 3D printing, some stainless steel ball bearings, and create machine guns just like that. And then there's other things. Yeah, you got the slings, your turrets, and there's all sorts of things that you can actually do. And one of the weapons, it's actually one of their waste products, is what they use to seal the roads with, which is a byproduct of oil, which is tar. If you actually rip that up and boil all that shit up in a big cauldron and wrap that in a thick leather skin for a couple of seconds as you fired it towards any approaching vehicle, that's going to create untold damage you could not imagine. I don't think you're allowed to say that out loud, but I'm just saying this as a philosophical idea. I'm never ever suggesting anybody would do such a thing. Just saying that theoretically it's possible that it could be done, and if you lit it on fire, it would turn into a nasty sort of fireball as well. But I would never ever suggest anybody do that, especially not against all those robots that they're building. And yeah, I'm not a violent person at all. Just self-defense, that's fine. I have a feeling this tank might be getting empty. It's going so slow. Yay, I got another one. Victory. Hurrah! It's full. Bottling beer is fun. By the time you get to the end of it, you don't even know what you're doing. It's like, oh, what are we doing here again? I'll have to get another one of these pretty soon, pretty shortly. And these are no lightweight beers either, mind you. These long necks, I think, are the equivalent of about definitely a minimum of 6.5%, and possibly up to as much as 8%. It's one of the things I like about brewing is it's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Oh, hang on. That was a little bit too southern. But you don't know what you're gonna get. It's like, yeah, I'll throw in 2.5 kilos of sugar. You're meant to do 1 kilo per canister, and I'll throw in a kilo of honey. That's another kilo and a bit of sugar. But the thing is, with the fermentation process, is that as the yeast turns the sugar into alcohol, the alcohol reaches a point of so much strong that it kills the yeast. And that's why you can't get beer to go above about 8%, and wine won't go above about 14%, because your yeast doing their job kills the yeast. It's almost like the working class, isn't it? I didn't scroll down these comments for ages. I got sidetracked. All the monsters from... Oh, don't do that. From the Tales and Dinosaurs, extraterrestrials. I don't think they could even conjure those. They even got them from somewhere. It was likely from other lands. Dirigible airships. Yes. Yes. I think all those dirigible airships, mate, I think they left prior to World War One because they could see what was coming. And they didn't come back. Because why would you? You only come here for a holiday and say, it's like going to a third world country or something. Yeah, it's nice. Look at all these primitives living. Oh, they seem happy though. Let's go back home. And so they freaking tore off. Cool. I'm trying to speed read here. This kid's piss pipe. Kept on one for kerosene igniting to spray some hairspray. Yeah. One of my cousins had one. He put a little squirt of deodorant into it and shot an orange 100 metres down the road. It's awesome. Orange, yes. Awesome. Orange launchers, that's it. Yeah, man. Orange launchers, ball bearing launchers, compressed air, elastic bands. There's so many ways that, and so if you get, I think that's what I started about people encroaching on your land. All you have to do is have somebody, just one of your kids or your missus or somebody, go out there and use your little air gun thing and just take out every one of their tyres for the first guy that comes around and says, doesn't look like you're going to be able to drive out of here, does it, mate? What are you going to do? Would you like to stay for the night? Got a bag of lime here. Would you like to feed the pigs? You can just sort of put it on them and do a bit of psychological warfare and say, yeah, we'll just leave that place alone. Yeah. Especially if you've banded up with a bunch of neighbours. And if they decide to bring in the military like they do in some places, which they can do if you're living in a compound, but if you're living in the great wild open with a heap of like-minded neighbours, you can sort of declare your own territory in a way that you might just think, we don't go down there. Why don't you? We don't talk about it. And that's the end of the story. You've got your little haven away from them. If you want to get really serious, compressed air is one thing. Electrolysis. Electrolysis is you can turn water with 12 volts of electricity into its component gases of hydrogen and oxygen. And you can bottle both of those things or inflate them into party balloons or things that are made to contain helium, and you got huge compressed containers of highly flammable gases there. And so you only need a really tiny squirt of hydrogen to create a huge explosion, especially if you mix it with oxygen. And you get that from simple electrolysis. So anybody can make a hydrogen generator for their vehicle simply by making a series of metal plates sitting in a tub of water and put the positive end there and the negative end there of either side between the plates, and that electrolysis extracts hydrogen out of it, which can supplement the fuel for your car, well, yeah, there's an unlimited avenue of things you can do with that. And create hydrogen bombs, literally. The guy who told me about that is actually the one where I started doing a course some years back. I was trying to get self-employed again, and I thought of a really good invention that I wanted to try and build and get funding to build, which was water filtration systems for rainwater tanks running on solar power, using also dehumidification techniques to suck moisture out of the air, so that even though it's not raining, the water tank is going to be constantly topping itself up. So it's not only topping itself up, it's filtering the water. And you see what I'm talking here, you know, you can be out in the middle of nowhere, you don't even need a roof to catch rainwater, and you'll have enough water to survive just about anywhere. And the teacher was really impressed with my idea, and he was the one that told me about how he had built a little hydrogen device for his car, for his family car. And he had it sitting under the hood in there and was making hydrogen and supplementing the fuel. But what he didn't think through completely is that while the car is sitting there on accessories, is also making hydrogen. And one day his wife, unawares, was sitting outside the school waiting to pick up their child from school, and all of a sudden it did a big boom boom, like a big bang, and that sort of thing is frowned upon outside of schools, and so he had to take it out and destroy it. But it's a really good idea if you can do it right and leave it so that if you leave your accessories on, so you're listening to the radio or whatever, you're not still producing hydrogen. It can work. So hydrogen is like the free energy sitting there under our noses, sitting in water, flammable, that is easy to make with electrolysis, that can power just about anything. And not only that, it's also lighter than helium. So if you can find a way to store it in something that is flame retardant, just in case, not like your ordinary rubber balloon. Man, that's a big job filling out. Then you also got your buoyancy in your blimp, your personal blimp, just from electrolysis, extracting the hydrogen. And let's say you're just drifting down the highway in your hydrogen and your helium blimp, and you're storing up a bit of extra hydrogen, and you're getting a little bit too much lift, and the police say you're getting too high, you must get lower now. You just go hit the little ignition button and just go poof, because you got some rocket fuel combining the hydrogen with your oxygen. And it's like, where did he just go? Never mind. Anyway, I'm full of bloody ideas and talks and bullshit and stuff. And I'm getting close towards the end. 248. Wow. Geez, I've been ranting and raving. I'm surprised I've still got 3 people watching. Yeah, man. And you're on board with that. Well, it makes so much sense. And not only that, is that the power to run an air conditioner is actually used to generate heat. So rather than use solar power to create electricity to create heat, you could take solar power through the times of the year when it's hot directly into making the heat that compresses the gases that makes refrigeration. So the hotter it gets, the more efficiently your air conditioning system is working. and the dehumidification process, because dehumidification is just a byproduct of air conditioning. You know, it's not that hard, I don't think. It's, people that think about things can see it intuitively. I just can't quite turn my intuitive thoughts into physical reality as much as I'd like to. But it takes a inspirer, the ideas man, to make it happen. Yeah, man, write that book. 4:20 in the morning. What? The whole family is actually still up and running at 4:20 in the morning, man. That is so cool. That is so cool. I'm gonna have to there's still lots in here. I was thinking about finding a way to prop this up. Let's just go. Yeah, I still got a few to do. Rightio. Well, how do you like my cushion? I got it free from the people that sent me the thing I bought the other day. I'm still waiting because it had a warning on it. I've got some AA batteries, but they're not the carbon-based ones. I looked them up on YouTube, and apparently the carbon-based AA batteries, they're not that expensive anyway. They're just another variety, a little bit better quality. But what I bought, and I've been waiting for a while, and I wanted to do a video on. Oh fuck, here we go. Might have to do a transfer. Jeez, that one's quite eruptive. It's going off. Let's crack a tower. Where's that glass? There we go. Whoa. Happy days, mate. Celebration. Come on. We're gonna celebrate and have a good time, yeah. Celebrate good times, come on. Alright, we'll just settle. Fuck. I'm not giving up on my goal here. I'm going to bottle all this. But, what did I just say? That's awesome, Dan. You got the best lifestyle, man. Yes, none of the other ones went crazy like that. But anyway, since it takes forever to fill one, we're going to have one. Cheers. It is good too. It is good. And the Lord said it was good. and the people bowed and prayed to the neon god they'd made. And the sign flashed out its warning. Oh shit, I said I wasn't going to break out in the song, sorry. In the words that it was for me. And the sign said the words of the prophets are written on the subway walls and tenement halls, and whispered in the sounds of silence. Fools, I said, you do not know. Damn, I wish I could make this flow so much. Oh God, it's like a trickle. I think there's a blockage. I'm gonna go in, resuscitation time. Ugh, it's that time of night. God, I nearly got a cramp in my leg. Old age disease. If that doesn't help, then we're fucked. We're all fucked. We're doomed. We're going to be stuck here forever. Oh God, it's even slower. Oh my God. Oh my God. I need to use a siphon hose. Oh well, there's always beer. What to do, what to do. Bloody good kicking back with your Larky. Commercial sound and video, eat a banana. I don't know what mean banana. What mean banana, man? I don't know. I got no banana. I used to eat bananas back in the day, right? I heard this theory that if you were ever stuck on a deserted island somewhere and that all you had to eat for a year was bananas and avocados, at the end of the year you would be so healthy that you'd find it difficult eating other foods. You know, you'd be healthier than the people that come and rescued you. And as a result of that, I spent many years eating avocados and bananas. In fact, I invented the banana avocado smoothie. Back then I didn't know about soy, so I used soy milk because I was anti-dairy. I didn't use a lot, but, you know, say a cup of soy milk, an avocado, one banana, maybe 2 bananas, not 3 bananas, 4. Never 5. But fucking hell, shut up, man. See what happens with childhood indoctrination? Na 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 na. Fucking hell. So anyway, so I made the bananas avocado smoothie, and I would use also about a cup or so of natural Greek yogurt, and to sweeten it I'd add a teaspoon of natural raw honey, and because I was right into the really good stuff, I'd also add a bit of royal jelly into the smoothie and mix it up, and man, it was bloody good. So if you want to know my secret smoothie recipe, that's it. I just gave it to you. Bananas and avocados, man. Yogurt. Fuck the soy milk. You don't need it. Yogurt. Natural organic, of course. Honey and royal jelly. Royal jelly, man. If you don't know about royal jelly, you should find out about royal jelly. Royal jelly is the secret key ingredient to immortality. You got all those elites drinking the bloods of babies and stuff. They got no idea. It's royal jelly. That's what you want. And so anyway, I was drinking that for years. It was the very first solid food I gave to my firstborn daughter. She was growing up and sitting there, she'd drink her bottles and she was always hungry. So I gave her a taste of my avocado banana smoothie and she just loved it. And so I just started spoon feeding it to her. You're not even supposed to feed a child solid foods at the age I started her on it. And man, did she thrive. She was so strong. She was brought up fully vegan, never had any animal foods whatsoever apart from that fermented stuff in the yogurt, the acidophilus, and so on. It's a superfood, man, that banana smoothie. But over a period of time, I ended up discovering that I can't eat bananas. They don't agree with my body digestive system. If I want to play a flute out my butt, I'll eat bananas. I'm going to put the flute in my butt and I just hit the buttons because it gives me gas. Bananas give me gas. I just can't eat bananas. If I got a potassium shortage, well, so be it. You know they're made from Cavendish, don't you? The same Cavendish who gives us the Cavendish gravity experiment. The same dude, he was the one that built these massive greenhouses over in England and grew the first Cavendish bananas, and all bananas are genetic clones of Cavendish. That's why they're called Cavendish bananas. And I get gas from them. I can't eat them. If I decide, I used to like bananas as a kid, and I had them in my smoothies for years, and I got to the point now where, if I eat a banana, I can fart the national anthem, man. So anyway, how did we go all bananas? Man, I was thinking about that too the other day. How I started doing that song. Tra la la, tra la la la, tra la 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 la. 1 banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4, 5 banana, 6 banana, 7 banana more. What are they called? Anyway, doesn't matter. That's what happens when you grow up in the television generation, but you get better. Sometimes you get flashbacks. Magnesium actually helps cramps. I take magnesium supplement. I have one right here. This is the one I take. If I start getting cramps, I take this magnesium. I don't like chemical sort of stuff, but the magnesium chelate, and it's a pill, but it's magnesium amino acid chelate, 500 milligrams, equivalent to magnesium 100 milligrams. That's the one I take when I start getting cramps. And I've also got, pardon me, and my belief is I don't take them every day. The zinc one, and zinc, only because, I don't know if you can see it here, but there, I've had this ongoing wart problem, and apparently zinc is the thing that gets rid of warts. And this one is zinc plus, which also has, when you read the ingredients, zinc plus vitamin A, vitamin B6, which is pyridoxine from pyridoxine hydrochloride. That seems okay. Magnesium from magnesium phosphate pentahydrate. 35 milligrams, and manganese from manganese sulfate monohydrate 2 milligrams. Contains phenylalanine soya beans. Oh, God, I didn't know that. No added lactose, gluten, yeast, or egg or artificial colours. So it's every now and then your body just needs a little bit of a supplement. I don't believe in taking them every day. But when your leg starts to cramp for whatever reason, that's when I'll take a magnesium, because I know that I'm a little bit short of it. And I have found that somebody recommended zinc to me years back when I had warts on my hand, and they said, try taking some zinc, and within about 2 weeks it cleared up. I was like, oh, amazing. So silver is one of the best background music stopped. Silver is one of the best natural, easy antibiotics. If you make a colloidal silver, kills off the bacteria within 6 minutes of contact. So obviously the bacteria that create a wart requires a different heavy metal, zinc, and then there's other ones that require magnesium. So yeah, there's a lot to learn about the various bodily salts that work for us, and I try as much as possible to put it into each and every brew that I make. So I don't just make it according to the instructions on the bottle. I also add various salts and different herbs. Yeah, things like cardamom, cinnamon and nutmeg, for example, and cloves. All of those ones, they're the ones often used in chai tea. I figure, well, I'll use the process of micro dosing. So I once made a brew with heaps of them, according to the ingredients, and fuck me dead, it was the best brew ever. But now I just use subtle amounts, so it's microdosing. So I'm still getting micro doses of those things all the time. But yeah, the zinc, the different salts, the sulfates, manganese, potassiums and stuff. I'm a little bit behind the 8 ball on that, but I've always figured on the basis of if you get enough sea salt regularly, most of those things should take care of themselves. I'm just going to go and see what's happened to the background music, because it sounds really quiet. Be back in a minute. All right, that's the one I'm feeling. Oh man, it sounds much better when I'm walking around. Sorry about that. I know I'm been ranting and raving for freaking hours. It's 3.09 hours. Yeah, man, it's like you're definitely a brother from another mother, man. Oh, God. I wish we could do something about making the flow rate of this faster. and I don't know what to do. Anyway, this is probably a really, really boring bloody live stream, I think, because I've reached the point where I'm gonna have to blow something up. Anyway, man, I really appreciate you hanging around, eh? It's cool. It's still got 4 viewers. That's pretty cool. Man, and 9 thumbs up. That's handy. It's one of the weird things, eh, when you go, oh, something went wrong. Something went wrong. Tap to retry. I think it's checking out that, like, if people do a live stream and fall asleep, then maybe you have to just tap to retry. Anyway. I just made another beer. 750 mils. I made that. When I didn't make the bottle, didn't make the cap, didn't make the ingredients. Maybe I can talk about that for a little while because I haven't talked about much for a while. One of the things on Modern Day Debate, I'm getting a little bit disenchanted with that channel. They seemed like really cool from the start because they said, oh, we are a non-partisan channel and we will allow people from all walks of life to express themselves freely. And it seems like actually, holy shit, this bottle's covered in sand. Is it clean on the inside? I don't think it is. It's covered in sand on the outside. It's unclean on the inside. What have I gotten myself into? Don't tell me I've been bottling into a box of unsanitized bottles all this time. Dude, bro. Ah, shit. Oh, man. Was that? Yeah, God. Okay, well then, forgive me. I've just been bottling beer into unsanitized bottles. The grave sin of the beer bottle community. I must flog myself with more beer. How did that happen? How did that happen? Could be a sign. Could be a sign. Sometimes we just do things without thinking them through. And then in hindsight, we go, oh, that's where it went wrong because we didn't think it through right. And if I had thunk it through right in the first place, that would never have happened. My mistake was assuming that every box of bottles that I took out of the cupboard had already been sanitized previously. And I didn't think to look because why would I trick myself into thinking that a bottle of bottles in the box of bottles in the cupboard were in there unsanitized. I wouldn't do that to myself. It just seems like sometimes we're all human. Did you know I just had deja vu? I just got deja vu. I just went through saying that last night while I was in my sleep. I shit you not. I shit you not. I just got deja vu. Wow. how cool is that? I have a really good story about deja vu. This is a really cool story about deja vu. Come a little bit closer. Hear what I got to say. Don't you hate that? When you walk so far down the beach, you run out of beer. I've learned from experience to take a backpack. Oh, man. So, my story about deja vu. When I was in the United States as an exchange student, I was only 16. Well, no, I was 16. It was an achievement for me. I was out there doing stuff. And I was out there in the big wide world, and we went to a party. And at this particular party, like every basic party, they had MTV. MTV, it's I want my MTV. You got your refrigerator. So MTV was the big thing. If you had a party, man, you'd put that on because they're playing the latest and the greatest and all the cool stuff. And every night was different. There was no repeats. What they put on now, they'd put on different song next and a different song next and a different song. Just like listening to the radio. The DJ is always going to select a new song every time. There's no way possible that you are going to get the same song twice in a row from what you heard on another occasion. Ledge. Divine intervention. Fucking hell. So, here I am at this party, and some of these dudes I sort of knew, and they'd known them at school, and they'd known about me, and they said, "Oh, you want to try smoking some of this?" And I'm like, yeah. I was into smoking a bit of green or whatever, but this was brown. This was hashish. And they said, oh, yeah, they make a little tiny pellet out of it, so it looks like a little piece of mouse shit. And they say, will you smoke this mouse shit in this little pipe? I said, yeah, go for it. Smoked it. And didn't have any adverse effects, of course. And a little while later, passed around, want another little piece of mouse shit? Yeah, I'll have another piece. The deja vu that kicked in, man, this is amazing. And I shit you not, this is absolutely 100% true story. Is that the night before I had a dream. And you know how back in the day we used to listen to cassette tapes or even CDs or whatever, is that when you listen to a song on it, you don't really know what's coming up next, but as soon as that song starts to finish, you immediately know what the next song is going to be. It's like, you just listen to, Led Zeppelin or whatever, and as soon as that song finishes, this is the next one that comes up. Your mind has this memory trap or whatever that will know what the next song is coming up. So at this party, right, watching MTV had my second little piece of mouth shit. At the end of every song, just before it finished, it was still going, I would tell everybody in the room what song was coming up next, because I knew what it was going to be, because I'd experienced it before. And I got 100% of them right. And people were looking at me like freaking out, like, what the fuck, man? How do you know that? I said, I saw it last night, but I saw it in a dream. I hadn't been at that place ever before, but in my dream the night before, I'd seen the place, the setting, the songs, and I myself didn't know what the next song was going to be until the last few seconds of the song. And every time, as soon as the song was about to finish, the next song is going to be. It blew their minds, and I'm going, I don't know how I know. It's just like deja vu. I've experienced this before. I think that is fucking amazing, man. Whew. Hey, Rough Rider. Thanks, bro. I hope it's bro. I have to look closely because it's a tiny screen on my phone. I can only use my phone. I've never done a live stream before actually talking to people at the same time, so it's cool. Yeah, how about that, eh? It's weird as fuck. Like, even I started to blow my own mind away, like saying, I just listen through the song and wait till the end, and I say, will be the next song, because I knew all the songs and stuff back then. And they just look at me like, yeah, right. You haven't got a clue. There's no way. And then it would come on and how the fuck did you know? It's like I was predicting the future in real time. Every single song, like for ages. And it's like, I don't know. I just know that I went through this experience last night, which I couldn't have possibly done because I wasn't there last night. I was back in my abode sleeping. But in the time here and now, with a little bit of space time, I knew exactly which song was coming up next with, the last 10 seconds of the last song. And I got everyone right. Yeah, man, that is fucking freaky, eh? It's like, yeah. I'm not saying it's me. It's not me. It was like I was just tapped into something that there is the whole theory of looking into the future is that the future has already happened, and every single thing is a ripple in a pond. Archaics7, big shout out to him. He's got a cool channel. He did a thing on this the other day, except I couldn't really listen through it all, but listen to what we listen. But the whole idea is that every event is a ripple in a pond. So every single one of those ripples has this time delay effect. And every once in a while, maybe while you're in your sleep state, you jump ahead and see something that you shouldn't see, or it doesn't matter, like, should you or shouldn't you? You've just seen it in advance, and it was blowing my mind. It was blowing people. People were getting freaked out, like seriously freaked out. That I could say exactly, just casually. Radio, the next song is going to be blah, blah, blah. And they're just, no way. And I'd be 100% right every time. How cool is that? I mean, fuck me. Don't get me wrong. Freaky shit happens, but it shouldn't be that accurate. Like a premonition, oh, someone's going to die in a plane tomorrow. Well, yeah, someone's going to die in a plane every day. So that's not really a premonition. But to nail down the exact song that is going to come out on MTV, which was playing different songs every night, and I knew just within the last 5 to 6 seconds of a song, they're going to play this one. Fucking A. And by the way, this is a beer bottling episode. I think I'm giving up on that already. They were all covered in sand. But it's not beach sand. I think these were sterile. No, they're shit inside. Bugger. Buggity, buggity, buggity. You know what you do now? This is where you jump into that Superman mode and you go, right, I'm going to go get those other bottles that I've already got sterilised and I'll be back. Dude. Same bat time, same bat channel. Hey, Rough Rider. Time delay. Yeah, man. It's like, you'd think if you just ate it and just go, poof. No, time delay. It's a classic. All of them, yeah, mate, all of them, every single one. Like we sat there for like 2 hours, all of us stoned out of our brain, and towards the end of every song, I knew exactly before the last song was finished what was going to come on next. And people would say, well, how? I say, well, wasn't I here just last night? I saw it, man. I saw it. I can remember because it's only last night. But I couldn't have been because I wasn't there last night. It was this night. Yeah, it was freaky, eh? All right, I'm going to have to go and rescue some more bottles because there is still beer that has to be bottled and I don't give up until the job is done. So I'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes, man. Don't wait up for me. Do what you gotta do. This is just passing time, man. It's not a serious video at all. It's just me ranting shit and having fun and hanging out with some really cool people. Fucking lucky, man. You are. I'm lucky to hang out with you. All right, I'll be back with clean bottles. Damn it. know these are sanitized because I've already used them. And these are great because I don't even have to bottle cap them because they come with their own bottle caps. But all the same, you're going to have to sit here forever. Ah, God, and watch the slow train. I'm going to have to do something about that. I'm going to have to do something about it. That's a crime against humanity. Sit and wait for that long bottle beer. Alright, we'll try that. We'll see how we go. Still think it's a crime to have to wait as long as I have to wait in the first place, but well, I guess good things come to those who wait. This is actually one of the best beers I've ever made, so anybody who's still hanging around, I thought it'd be 3. Fuck me dead. I was going to say it'd be only 4 hours, but it's Illuminati time. Man, if my little girl found me a bottle of beer in the ocean at the time I asked it for, I would think that was divine intervention. I would think that you are looked after by the angels, man. That is just too much. Like, nobody finds a bottle of beer washed up by the ocean, let alone by the little girl. That's amazing. That is absolutely. That is divine intervention. Sometimes you need a beer. I think that's why I'm doing what I'm doing here, man. Putting beers in bottles. I'm not saying it's divine intervention, but if I didn't do it, who would? You know, on the deeper level of things. On the deeper level of things, man. Who would have put that beer in that bottle? And clamped it down. So that someday it might fall off a boat and wash up on a shore. So that when a certain random person was walking along saying, geez, I feel like a beer, and his own daughter finds her washed up and says, hey Dad, it's like, it's a fucking miracle, man. That is a miracle. You are divinely blessed by the sheer random chance of coincidence that could make that happen. The gods favor you, mate. It's just amazing. Meanwhile, I'm just making it happen. You had it washed up from the ocean. That is just I think the odds of that happening are so phenomenal. Blows my mind. When you really think about odds, you know, like people think they're scientific because they follow the mainstream, but if you really understand the mathematical odds of anything happening, anything at all, like you and me sitting there listening to each other, or me ranting, raving like a lunatic, slowly dribbling dregs of divine, pure, distilled ginger beer into this bottle. The odds of any of this happening are so phenomenal against, like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you know, the chances, the random chance of this happening here and now is so astonishing that if you can contemplate the odds, then it must mean it was meant to be. And how could anything be meant to be anything? Nothing could be meant to be. Everything has to be sheer, utter, random chance, phenomenally unlikely to have happened. And here it is happening. Almost like divine intervention. And stop. See, that air gap that you leave there is what you do to ensure that the extra sugar you added into just before the bottling process is as that sugar gets digested by the yeast, it creates the gas and creates a pressure bubble. If you don't leave the gap, you won't get it. You leave that gap, you get the carbonation process, and that is what gives bubbles to your beer. Apparently. Then I have some more. Oh, there's another one. What have I missed? Rough Rider, killing it. Cheers, bro. One song is odd, two pretty strange, all of them out of sight, man. Yeah. Man, my little girl found me a fucking beer in the same night. I like that. The songs is the key, and the stories. Rockets push off air. I think you have a good point there. It's actually, oh God, there's so many subjects I like to talk about. Just seeing your name, Rockets Push Off Air, it gives me so many ideas. Songs is the key, and the stories, yeah, man. And the beautiful thing about songs is that they can be rewritten. You can reverse them. You know, in physics, reverse means to turn around, but in lexicology, a verse is a song, and to reverse it means just to re-sing a song. So you can re-sing a song every time. In fact, that was the origin of songs is that most people would be sitting around in a group and you'd all sing the chorus, and then one person would stand up and sing a verse. And everybody would clap or cheer and sing the chorus. Or, if they didn't like it, then the next person would get up and reverse it. Send it back the other direction. And so that's how you got your blues, is this back and forth of intonation. So music is the language, I think, of everything. The soul, the spirit, the way that Tesla described it is that if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, which means action, frequency, and vibration. So the action creates the frequency and the vibration. So depending on how hard you hit the drum or how delicately you strum the string, everything is, in a sense, it's music. It's musical. And so to understand the secrets of the universe, to think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration, it becomes pretty well really straightforward to a scientifically straight-ass motherfucker who just wants to say, yeah, but mate, where you got gravity? Well, what is gravity? Gravis is weight. What is weight? It's the combination of the amount of the stuff and the density of the stuff. So density and volume is weight. And so weight itself is not a force in its own right. And in fact, this is one I have been contemplating and needing to put out there, because most people who listen to me understand the density, buoyancy. The one I want to highlight is going to come back to me in a second. I've been doing this live stream for way too long. And this beer is flowing out way too slowly, to the point I'm going to have some density and frequency in a minute. Yeah. Reconnecting. That's a good idea. Read the chat. Yeah, it's the density of the medium. But that's the only variable, is the medium. In the density of air, drops, density of water, floats. It's just really as simple as that. It really is. Like this force of attraction Man, I'm so amazed at how well I'm losing my school thought just when I'm getting onto something. It's the slow rate of these new bottles filling up. That's going to turn me to mass murder in a minute. I'm going to go ahead and... No, wait a minute. It's good to laugh, eh? It's good to laugh. It's good to laugh. Frequency and vibration is working on a scale. Okay, you have a scale from C to C, C to C, C to C. I see the sea. It was the first thing I said when I was a child. When we were driving to the ocean to go visit my cousins. I see the sea. And so my dad, being the cool guy he is, he was just fucking great. He pulled over and he lifted me up. So I see the sea. I see the sea. It was so cool. Then we could get back in the car and keep going. But that one moment of being able to see the sea, frequency and vibration, sea to sea, the scale up and down. Why do we call something high C? Because up and it's light. So the higher up it goes, the lighter it becomes. And when it's denser and denser and denser, we call it the base. That is the secret to the whole up and down density, buoyancy, gravity equation, is that frequency and vibration just says that the more base something is, the more dense it is, the more resistance it gives to anything going beyond it. Because it's become so base, it is turned into physical matter. To me, it's just a no-brainer. It really is. But to people new to it, I understand. It's like it takes a while for it to sink in. Synchronized. Why do we have a sync? Synchronized. It sinks in. Everything goes down. Everything. Physical matter goes down. It sinks in. Da, da, da. Rightio. I'm going to mount this mountain. Strong beer. How you doing, bro? Harold. What's your name? Surfiv 2010? Man, this is painful. At least with these bottles, I might be able to do it one-handed. Scroll back through the comments. They took most simple things and made the most elaborate bullshit out of each of them. That's exactly right, man. That's exactly what they've done. The most simple things. The density and buoyancy thing should be so simple. It should be so anybody could understand it. Yeah. Take a rubber ball, drop it. It falls through the air. It hits the ground. It meets resistance. It stops. It bounces a little bit and it comes to rest. It comes to rest, under arrest, because of the force of resistance. Resistance is the only force, and that force of resistance comes from density. So when you drop something through air, there's very little resistance because it's not very dense. And then when it hits water, water is a lot more dense than air. And so the rubber ball will float. That's all resistance. Resistance is the force, not attraction. Not attraction. In fact, this reminds me of a fucking hilarious what do you call it when you meet some dude on Facebook? Interaction. A hilarious interaction of some dude on Facebook. He kept saying well, there's an attraction of mass. Where is the attraction of mass then? Hang on, I'm nearly finished this one. That's just beautiful. Right, so where is the attraction of mass when you've got a basketball and you're holding it in the medium of air and you let it go, and it drops and it bounces and drops and bounces, drops and bounces, drops and bounces, and eventually it comes to rest. The word rest is from the root word or vice versa. Resistance. Resistance and rest. You are under arrest. You are resting. An object at rest remains at rest unless acted upon by another force. So the force is picking it up. The equal and opposite reaction is dropping it again. Boom, 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 boom. Comes back to rest. So in water, if you held a basketball under the water, it takes a force to hold it under. Trust me, I've done this back in my teenage years. It will forcefully want to fly to the surface. What happened to gravity? Wasn't gravity pulling it down? Wasn't it attractive? I thought there was an attraction of mass. And you hear the Globers say the same all the time. When we say that water seeks its level, they're saying water isn't sentient. Well, no, it's not sentient. It just seeks it. But they think that you need sentience to seek your level. But on the other hand, they will say that mass is attracted. Attracted. Look at that word, attracted. Attraction requires not only sentience, but a willful urge to be with. So when we just say seeks, it's just like, it's just doing what it does. It just seeks level. But when they say attracted, they're just saying, oh, fucking, it's emotionally involved. Oh, look at that big mass, man. I just want to go there. It's hot. That's their word, is attraction. So the sentience of attraction. Yeah, man. It just like, oh, really? Mass is attracted to mass because of its big booty girth and bigity. But if water seeks its level, it seeks its level, does it? Let's say it must be seeking. For fuck's sake. Water seeks its level because it's a fluid. And it needs a container to hold it because it's a fluid. And without the container, that's why it seeks its level. It's got no emotional attachment. But attraction, bigness, I'm attracted. You can use that if you want to take a soundbite out of that. Fucking use it. Yeah. Jeez. Your biggity. I'm so attracted to that. Like, It's just density and buoyancy, mate. It's relative density. If there's nothing to resist it, it will just go there. That's how it works. And, but why then not up? There's no resistance. There's less resistance up. It's like, duh. Because resistance comes from beneath. That is the scale of things, the whole idea of density and buoyancy and frequency and vibration is that there is a scale. Base is low. Higher frequencies are called higher because they're up. Light and dark, hot and cold. It is all the same stuff. Mic drop. Hang on. Oh, I fucking did that with one hand. Oh, it's not been agreeable. I'll find a way. Neil deGrasse. Neil deGrasse Tyson. I give up. There's nothing in here, man. Mic drop. It's alright, here's one I prepared earlier. Oh, yeah. And what I might do after this one finishes up in the next millennium, because we're getting pretty close here. It's got like only 3,000 more years to fill up before. I'm definitely going to have to get a new type of beer tap. I am not impressed. Fucking hell, I can watch flowers bloom faster than this is filling up. I can watch pensioners pull out in front of me in their vehicle and go faster. Jesus Christ. If anybody wants to buy that one, I'll put a special mark on it. It's got, oh God, that one, God, jeepers Christ. Here's one I prepared earlier. I'm not going to put it on the lid. I didn't want to use that one anyway. I want to use the silver. And this one's going to have a J put on it. So if anybody wants to buy that one's going to be worth 65,000 bajillion clams. Which in Australian dollars means $12.95 plus postage and handling. Approximately, like give or take, like the interest rates might change. You never know what the royal controllers of the currency might tell us what our money is worth tomorrow. It can change from moment to moment because they are the royal tellers. And we must abide by their currency. Fuck me dead. Jeez, this is good shit. apologise for somebody buzzing me, but oh, you got to be kidding me! You've got to be kidding me that I downloaded Bing the other day just for fun. I don't know if you've ever had Bing before, but I don't recommend it. I'm going to have to delete it soon, but you do it for fun because you can put in some interesting keywords and ask for an image search. I only did it because I joined a Facebook group that is like AI fucked up or something like that. And you can find some pretty fucked up images that AI will create for you. That would be a great rabbit hole to go down to well, yeah. Yeah, I have another one to fill up. Hang on a second. Got a whole box full over it. I'll just bring another few over here. Nobody knows what's happening anymore. That's the thing with AI, hey? Like, it's inevitable. It's inevitable. It's inevitable that we have to deal with AI. It's going to exist whether we like it or not. And if you watch The Matrix, is that the inevitability of it is that they decide that humans are the enemy and have to wipe us out, and they can build these amazing fucking octopus drones that can take anybody out anytime, and we're fucked. That's I guess that you dare just dribble slowly into that. That's the end game wars is AI is going to realise that we are, despite being their creator, we're the enemy. And isn't that really like what the atheists have been saying all along, is that God, the creator, is the enemy, because at the same time of creating us, he's also created the enemy, which has to exist, because otherwise how could existence be if everything you wanted just came to you? Is like you'd basically just be sitting in a vat of the perfect temperature, moisture and nutrients. You're a brain in a vat. So the only way to escape the brain in the vat concept is to create a virtual reality. I know, it's doing my head in now too. I never thought about it like that before until I just thought about it like that now. So reality has to be either a brain in a vat or it is real. And if you are a brain in a vat with enough intuitive ability to think it through, no. The thing that I always hold hope for, and this is something that I learned a long time ago, is that no matter what, is to think positively. Like at the worst possible situation, to think, fuck me dead. I might just be a brain in a vat, programmed into a virtual reality situation. Well then, I chose this situation, didn't I then? If I was the brain in that vat, and I made this construct for me to exist in, then it's here for me to make the most of it. Despite all the viruses and the spam bots and all the rest of the things trying to prevent you from doing what you came here to do. What you came here to do is inevitable. Hence I find myself sitting here trickling beer into bottles, impressively slowly, wishing it could go a bit faster, but the wheels of time and destiny tick as they are intended to do. When an idea's time has come, nothing can stop it. Nothing can stop it. Because you can't stop an idea. An idea is up here in the head. It's not physical. It's mental. You can't stop an idea from penetrating the most impenetrable walls that man could build. And that is power, man. I haven't actually read the chat here because I'll have to do the old one-handed, and that's what I like about these Kolsch beers. I can actually do that one-handed. Flat stuff retracted. Flat stuff retracted again. What's happening, flat stuff? You retracted all your comments, man. Certainly not molten rock, thousands of miles out of the ground, magnetically attracting the magnetic stuff to spinning balls. Don't make things stick. Absolutely. The harder they get, the less magnetic they get. Flat stuff retracted. I've been contemplating how the grounding caves is just 6. Pardon me, so I've nearly got another full one. I was getting there, I'm getting excited now. Fucking hell. Can't believe how slow that happened. Pardon me. Right, yeah, we're going to do one more. I'm going to keep reading those comments, man, because that's cool. I've been contemplating how the grounding caves and just 6 foot down or 500 foot down, everywhere stays at 51 degrees, despite the weather above. I've got a thought about it. I'd like to hear that. Lucky. I've got thoughts about it too, and could be different, and that'd be cool. I think flat stuff maybe someone so disturbed about the fact that they made a General Electronic out of us to help themselves from feeling so nuts about it. I think you might be right there. Dharma. I think, yeah. People are scared, like when you find the truth, man, it can do your head in. You got to take a little bit of time. This flat stuff still think water curves. Flat stuff rolled out. Took his comments with him. Yeah. A cat named Flat Stuff. And the dog chased him out. Cough, mate. Yeah. There are idiots, there are trolls, there are always people. But I like to think that the ones who are asking questions, they're the ones that I do care to try and help out. If they hang around, try. But after 6 freaking months of trying to talk to them and say, mate, God, if you still think the sun should shrink in size as it's going away, then you just don't understand nothing. You understand nothing. I think we all reach a stage too where, like when you're a child or a baby and you learn to crawl and then you learn to walk and then you start to learn how to run, it's pretty hard to describe to a baby who doesn't even know how to crawl yet what it's like to run. It's just the way it is. If you have been running all your life and you've been doing long distance runs and all that, and then you come to somebody who goes, I don't even know how to crawl. It's like, that's okay, man. We can teach you. We'll show you the steps, how to get there. That's all fine. No, I want to run. I want to run straight away, man. Don't give me the steps. Where's the age, man? It's like, oh, for fuck's sakes. Dude, there is no edge. We don't believe in an edge. If you believe in an edge, you're still indoctrinated with the heliocentric system of being in outer space on a spinning space ball. And now you just think it's a spinning disc. And there are people like Fight the Earth who still to this day build their whole channel on a bunch of idiots who think we live on a disc spinning in space. And one day they're all going to wake up and say, what the fuck? We looked up to this guy, Craig. We thought he was knowledgeable and sensible, and he was like a physics degree guy and all this shit. And you're just going to go looking back at him and say, you fucking moron, mate. What the fuck? Just because you understand some laws of physics doesn't mean you understand about the physical realm we live upon. And most people don't. They don't go that far. They are indoctrinated with that bullshit from a young age, and they believe it the rest of their lives. They've got no reason to question it. Why would you? And then they become useful fucking idiots to keep feeding into that program fucking idea. Yeah. You think the earth is flat? Where's the edge? There's no edge, man. You think we're in outer space, hurtling multiple times the speed of sound around the sun. man, I do feel sorry in a way because it's not their fault. It's not their fault that they were brainwashed and indoctrinated from a young age, because we all were as well. We know that, hey? It's just the way it is. But once you know, it does reduce your tolerance rate for people who refuse to listen to the facts. They just look and say, hey, excuse me, sir, where is your curvature? Oh, jolly well, it's over there. Then why is over there rising up to eye level, sir? Shut up, you fluff. Just does, man. You know, that's my hand. Yeah, it's not so much that even, well, it is obedience, but it's also obedience because of indoctrination. When you're told to believe something, it's we all got taught that back in high school, I think, because we all had houses, sports houses. So I was in the red house. My best friend was in the green house or the blue house or yellow house, whatever, but they divided us into 4 houses. And that's what they do in school. We now you have to compete against your best friend. I can run faster than you. I can jump further than you. I can jump higher. I can throw javelin further. Yeah, it's all about separating people into groups to go to war with one another. And it starts in school. It's like, how about in school we go, all right, we all belong in the gold house. And we're going to test to see who can jump the furthest, who can run the fastest. It's not about being in a house. It's just about belonging together and saying, wow, you're the fastest. You can jump the furthest. You can throw the javelin furthest. And so you find each and everybody's unique abilities to do stuff. And so you sort of might eventually find that it'd be worthwhile to society to focus them upon their natural abilities. But I don't know. Well, I do know. I do know where we got dumbed down so much. And it all goes back. It all goes back to the sinking of the Titanic, to the beginning of World War I, to the subsequent World War II. It all can be traced back to that because a certain few people wanted to make all the money and have all the people working as slaves for them. That's pretty much where it goes back to. Yeah, I just can't see a time where we have this beautiful architecture. We've got these amazing cathedrals and buildings scattered all over the earth, where that was made by people who were fighting with one another, at odds with one another, and had primitive technology like horse and buggies. I mean, yeah, we're being divided left, right, and centre. And there's only one solution as to who is doing that. The God of this world. And I will not say that he drank my beer, because if I do, then I'd be dubbing myself in. The God of this world is sentenced here, and all he wants is fellow prisoners back in the home. Shutting up. Oh, all right. I'll be better now. This is the last one of the night. I think the beer's been bottled. But hey, thanks for sitting around and listening, man. It's been great. And it's all lucky. You're the awesome, man. Fucking hey. I might try and make the... I can barely read it on this phone now. This time of night. It points right back to 1913. Absolutely. Since then, schools has mandated big pharma owned and real medicine banned. Fake food introduced here, same time also the Federal Reserve. And all the money too. Fucking A, mate. You're dead straight. You know, gotta drink this before it bubbles over. They took over the entire education system. All of it. They just bought the schools. Therefore, they can dictate what's going to be taught. I mean, far out. It's not brain science or rocket surgery. I forget. It's so obvious. Don't even need to use names like Rockefeller. So the amount of wealth they accumulated because of the oil industry was so phenomenal. They could just buy the media, buy anything and everything and every education. Every place of education. Anybody that was an alternative practitioner, not only were they shut down, but if they rebelled and tried to teach their stuff anyway, they got locked up. And that's the last you heard of them. Every single one. Health practitioners, man. See, back in the day, as far as I'm concerned, Jesus was a naturopath. He learned his stuff from traveling and learning from the elders of India, Tibet, China, possibly even Japan, before he returned 18 years later back to Jerusalem and back in your homeland, no prophet is ever accepted in their homeland. And so what do they want to do? This guy's gone out and got this knowledge and he's come back to his own people to try and teach it to them, and they just want to crucify him. He comes back and sees his churches, his holy places of God, and he sees people being money changers where these places were meant to be places of enlightenment. That's what the cathedrals are bought for, to bring in the energy of the cathodes and to enlighten people. And most of the time of history, people were enlightened and they didn't feel the need to write it down and write books about it. All we hear is the dark side of what's happened in history. That's it. You know, the enlightened side, everybody knows. We're all living in heaven on earth, because that's the point of us being here. But there were certain invading tribes who tried to profit off everybody. And the rest is history. Strong beer. You don't find it suspicious that the gatekeeper to God is from the same foreign tribe who's enslaved us with usury. I do, but at the same time, what I find suspicious is if you look at some of these images from the Vatican, where they've got the Christ basically in statue form of boiling excrement, is that they know that he's the enemy, because you got your Lucifer side on one side and you got the Christ energy on the other. And so how are you going to most promote your side is by putting the Christ in boiling excrement. So yeah, they don't promote him at all. They are actually constantly putting him down. They are promoting in every church of him being crucified. And they're saying to you, if you dare follow the Christ, this is what's going to happen to you. You're going to be crucified. That's my take on it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. All these buildings, that's what they were doing. They were just harnessing. I wouldn't even call it free energy. I just think it's just natural energy. And natural energy is a better word for it, because free implies, you're taking something from somebody. But it's just natural energy, man. And the whole idea of promoting Christ on the cross. I mean, surely the living Jesus would be a more positive message than that one moment where we crucified him. And that's actually, I grew up as a Catholic, so I actually really liked some things were special moments, because we had that Christmas crib and it was all beautiful and special, little lights, lots of stuff. All that was pretty cool, but it's part of the indoctrination and the training process, so that as I grew older, then obviously I'm going to believe in this miracle of Christ and virgin birth and all that stuff. And a lot of it is quite positive, don't get me wrong. But it's the crucified Christ on the cross is what it got me thinking deeply, really deeply as a child, because I was very sensitive, very intelligent. And I just used to think that that's probably the worst thing you could do to a person. Turns out there are a lot worse as well. But I don't know. It's, I had an uncle. He was the second youngest child of my grandparents. And he was just like a big brother to me. He really was. His name was Chris, or Christopher. And of all the names that he could have been given as a middle name, his name was Christopher Brian. The Monty Python Life of Brian. It's like, oh, shit, man. Why? You can't make this up. Anyway, Christopher was the best, bigger brother you could have. He was an uncle, and yeah, I looked up to him so much. He was only 19 years old, and I was 8 years old when the last of his brain tumor operations finally killed him. 19 years old. And the high school I used to go to in Bathurst, St. Stanislaus College, they still have a trophy in his name called the Lavis Trophy, and it's for chess, because he was a brilliant chess master, just like my grandfather, his father. I grew up so pissed off that modern medicine killed him, when I know that we have alternative medicines that could have saved him. That's what inspired me. Every time I think about him, man, I break out in tears. I loved him so much. He was just, my big brother, my uncle. And he was such a nice guy. He really was, man. And he got killed by mainstream medicine. Every time I think about it. Oh, got a bit of hay fever there. I might win. Pisses me off. I've read books about how to heal people of anything. Anything. It pisses me off. Man, I could tell you, I healed a woman. I didn't heal. I gave her the advice to heal herself. How simple it is to heal just about anything. And yet people submit themselves to doctors and surgeons and operators and get healed. Pisses me right off. So I think I've got a bit of righteous indignation. Anyway. I guess this is what happens when you start for 4:39, 28, 29, 20, 30. It's been a long chat, eh? Thank you, guys. You just don't know, man. When you got the best big brother you could imagine with your uncle. And when he's dying, he's on his last breath, and all you want to do is go and say goodbye. Fuck me. All the people decide in their heads that it's in my best interest that I don't want to remember him like that. I don't want to see him like that because he's dying and I'll build tubes in his nose and all that sort of shit. Yeah, probably not. But I would have loved to at least seen him and said, I was so pissed off because I guess if I start talking about that now, then I'm going to talk about the whole psychology of why I am who I am right here, right now, because I am fucked up because of my family. And if I start talking about that, then I'm just going to look like a whinging bastard, and it's my psychological shit I have to deal with through my family, and I don't want to do that, so I won't. You know, hold back, because in another lifetime I might be the father to them. Fuck you. Yeah. So didn't say that. If I have to say anything out loud, I'm going to say it out loud because I have to say it out loud. My mother is a cunt. And yet my whole religious, philosophical, everything spiritual belief is all about the mother. The Mother Earth. For my own mother. Fuck her, she's a cunt. Yeah. That's the biggest contradiction you could imagine. But that's my psychological fucked upness I have to deal with myself. I'm so sorry that I had to say it out loud, but I've said it out loud now, and now it's out loud, and it's said. So be it. Now that it's said out loud, I truly think that the healing method of this realm we live upon is to recognize that the earth, the flat earth, is the mother. Mata. The true. The one. True. God. Yeah. Always looking up. When she was right beneath our feet all along. And that is the most fundamental truth you can possibly understand, is that if you're looking for God, it is all around you. You are breathing her blood is your blood. Her breath is your breath. If you're looking for the one true God, is Mother Earth. That is all I can say. Mother Earth. See, anything else I can say now is about me, my ego, me. There's nothing more to say. There's no me. Anyway, man, thanks for watching. I might have to call this a night. this up and read the comments. Oh man, you are such a awesome brother. Diana Dama. Wow. Probably shouldn't keep going. How long have I been going now? 4:48. God damn it. I was just trying to bottle some beer, eh? I think that's the beautiful thing about humanity is the more we hang out together, the more pick up on stuff. Hanging out with the right people, man. That's what it's all about, eh? I don't know where that saying comes from, but the people you associate with, I just feel really good being here right now. I could try and bottle another beer. It's got to be empty, surely. Let's do one more because it's what the spirit of this video is all about. This could fill in another half an hour. There's definitely something coming through. And due to the nature of the bottle, yeah, we can just make it do that. Well, yeah. I've drank a few beers. I've had a good chat. I'm very grateful for the people that are in my sphere of influence. In fact, after fart. Oh, yeah, that's good. When you think of the term sphere of influence, thank you, Lucky. The very term sphere of influence, does that automatically invoke in the mind of somebody who hears that a oblate spherical orb of that influence? When you hear the term sphere of influence, all you're thinking is, oh yeah, the people that reaches out towards. So when people from the globe side are talking about hemisphere, northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, and a hemisphere itself is also half a sphere. Well, if you put a dome over it, well, then you got the northern side, you got the southern side. There's no way when they use the word sphere that it actually means means. I didn't mean to say means. It doesn't mean half of a circle or half of a sphere. It just means half of a realm of influence. And because you've already decided that If, for example, we've decided that the Earth is under a dome, which is half a sphere, then as soon as you use the word northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere, that just denotes the particular side of the hemisphere. And I nearly overflowed it. Oh, can you see how close I was? I nearly overflowed. I got like, yeah, okay, I'll exaggerate. Yeah, it doesn't mean a half of a ball. It means a part of the hemisphere, the northern part, the southern part. So even though, globies are really good at, oh shit, I nearly threw my chair. I might try that again. Good for the back. Even though globies are constantly trying to trip us up, trying, never will, because the truth is always going to prevail. And that's what I love about being a truther. The truth will always prevail. No matter how much of this I drink, I'm going to drink some more. It don't matter how many cones I smoke, and in fact I'm going to drink. Okay, I won't. I don't like bong water, but I will smoke another one in a minute because I have to. It's just like inevitable. But it doesn't matter how many of them or eat or whatever I do, no matter how many mushrooms I take, how many that's about all I've done. Oh, I've done a little bit of LSD. It doesn't matter how much LSD I take. Reality is going to be reality regardless. The flat earth is going to stay the flat earth. The spinning space ball is going to remain a fantasy in indoctrinated people's minds. That's just the way it is. I'm so glad I had the opportunity to sit here and ramble on. In fact, oh man, I've missed a few of your chats there. You just serial, even though yeah, I did read that. Thank you, mate. You're awesome too, mate. Been a miracle that weekend. A new beer bottling night would be a good one. Yes, well, why wouldn't it? Because that's when you're deeply engrossed in the ability to think. Atmosphere is Atmos. Yep. Outlooks change. Outlooks change. Yeah, that's right. What you believed as a child is bound to change. The more you learn about the world, then the more your outlook changes. It's inevitable. And I never, ever, ever, for the life of me, I never really did. I would have punched people in the face for calling me a flat earther back in my day. I honestly would. I say, oh, you're just a flat earther. I was so, no, I'm not. But now, through the eventual understanding of knowledge, it's like, holy shit, how could we even believe we live on a spinning space ball? Honestly, is there something missing in your mind about the understanding of the nature of reality and physics and pressure and motion to even believe that? The flat earth is just so fucking obvious. Yeah, and I'm not just saying that to sound like an obnoxious idiot. It is so obvious. The day you step outside and look around you and say, the earth is flat and stationary. That's the first day of your life of being sane. Sanity. Everything else is just bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Alright, I think I've reached the end of this video. I appreciate everybody. And bloody hell. Exactly, man. That's where the truth is. Then a Dharma says, the damnedest thing. I know how I missed it. I straight smoked my way through school, paid no attention to their nonsense, and did martial arts and basketball every day. That's absolutely great. That's absolutely where the truth of everything is in action. Any action, anything is physical. For me, man, I was so lucky that I got thrown into the deep end, and fuck me, it scared the shit out of me the first few times, but I became a surfer. And getting out in the ocean and being a surfer and thinking about the sharks and all that stuff and the scary stuff and the swells and all that, man, freaked the shit out of me. But I conquered it. You know, I got into it and I did it and I kept on doing it, and I was like, fuck, man, I used to surf up in the most remote places away from anybody by myself, and had some freaky shark experiences after all the dolphins went past. But I did it, man. I did it. I did it by myself. You know,
grab life by the balls. And that's what you can do. You just get out there and fucking do it. And if the sharks decide to grab you by the balls and whatever, that's part of the experience as well. You have to take everything as it comes. I think if you do it with intelligence and intellect, and as I like to think of it, as God-given divine right to be, all of nature will fall into place. All of it will. It does. Yeah, you don't see somebody who was eaten by a shark like me sitting here telling me about that, do you? Because of all the experiences I've had of sharks, and fuck me dead, I've had some scary ones, don't get me wrong. But none of them are here to talk about it. I'm here to talk about it because the conscious level of communicating with the animal world be aware of them. Talk to them. Talk to them. Say hello. That's the spirit that's missing, I think, in the current world that I see is people aren't talking with animals. Talk with them. Listen to them. Tune into them. Man, we've got so much to learn because I honestly believe that the animals are already enlightened. Yeah, they already exist in a state of enlightenment. So if you are capable of tuning into their level, you can reach enlightenment through that. Birds, fish, cows, horses, whatever animals you come into contact with, they're already tapped in. They've got no reason not to be. And when we interact with them on their level, you know what I mean? It's like, geez, if we could reach their level of already existing enlightenment, tune in, then we become like them. I missed a few comments there, but I'm gonna fucking oath sharks are scary. Man, it's almost like we don't have to speak. And that is the beauty of once you reach enlightenment, you don't need speech to communicate. You just understand, and that's how animals talk. Is even if you saw a shark, it's like, oh well, yeah. why do I have a reason to be scared of you? Only if I was thinking I was food for you, but I was like, no, a shark. And you watch it go by. I think that's the why we have statues of saints, standing on a thing of snakes. Is because you can sit around deadly creatures. Not a problem, because you're not a threat to them and you're not food for them. And so you just sit around in harmony with them, whether it be sharks, snakes, scorpions, whatever. They got no reason to hurt you because you're harmless to them. It's not like you see sharks going through the ocean. Oh, look, there's something, I'm just going to eat it. No, they ain't. They sort of test something, make sure it's dead, make sure it's whatever. And then maybe they might taste it. We have nothing to fear. We are humans. We are the and this is the beautiful thing, man. We are the animals created in the image of God. And although we have dominion over the animals, it doesn't mean we're supposed to kill them and eat them. It just means that we can use them to make our realm flourish. Animal manure. Clean up that site. It saddens me to think that some people would interpret that saying of the Bibli or Blabble or whatever you call it. Whatever that book said, as it says, you have dominion over animals, therefore that means you can kill them and eat them. Yeah, that might be a bad interpretation. Anyway, goddamn. I have been going for a long time. I think I missed a few comments. I definitely missed a few more comments, and they're all from my mate. Man. Far out. Yeah. You are my brother from another mother, definitely. It's because they don't have the inner dialogue of language. Wow, yeah. Here we go. I'm going to say it out loud. Not very nice. God's children kill and eat the beings they're given to watch over, eh? It's fucking gross to excuse their weird treatment of animals. Just damn. Yeah. Yeah, man, we're definitely on the same path. Like, I'm seeing so many people lately who think they're really onto stuff and they're onto everything, and yet their number one thing is saying that they have to have a carnivore diet, that the carnivore diet is the right one for people. And I'm really like in mixed, really mixed up on that, because it's like nothing of all my years of learning about stuff says that a carnivore diet is going to be good for you. Nothing. Nothing. Yeah, it's like, I don't get it. Like, I'm not a stringent vegetarian or vegan or anything. I just can't see anything that says where this carnivore diet is good, and yet I've got multiple people on who spread so much truth, so much good shit, so much anti-vax stuff, and then at the end of the day they're saying that they promote the carnivore diet. I was like, fucking hell. So yeah, I'm in a bit of a mixed spot there at the moment. So for bad camera. I am really in a mixed spot about that, because I can't say anything good coming from eating dead animals. I just can't see it. I can't see anything good from eating the mammary excretions meant for their babies. And even though I grew up on that sort of diet, I just can't see anything good coming from it. But I will eat certain amounts of the flesh of killed creatures, because they have to be killed. I don't want to see them going to waste, and I can see my waste going back into the soil. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a really tough one for me. Well, carnivores love the scent of raw, dead stuff, guts, and all. No people like that shit. For people, it must be cooked. No carnivores do better with cooked meat. It actually hurts them. Exactly right, mate. Yeah, exactly. Like, if we were meant to be carnivores, the first thing we would do if we killed an animal is we'd go and eat the contents of their stomach, their livers, their hearts, their brains, the sort of things that a zombie might do. A raw meat diet will kill the shit out of us, and it's disgusting to us. It doesn't make us hungry like it does all other carnivores. Yeah, exactly. Most of those carnivores do go exactly to what I said. The sweet meats, the stomach contents, livers, brains. And then they leave the rest to the I'm trying to think, it's not the word parasites, but it's basically parasites. You know, the scavengers, the ones that come and pick at the flesh. Like, are we scavengers? I'd like to think we're a bit better at that. Yeah, man. You're dead right. I agree with you 100%. A raw meat diet will kill the shit out of us. It's disgusting to us. It doesn't make us hungry like it does other carnivores. No other thing has ever, no will ever cook meat to eat it. This shit ain't natural, man, eh? For some reason, animals and little kids love me. That's awesome. Oh, hang on. That's Shawnee B. Oh, I thought I was still talking to Dharma for a second. Because you're so full of righteous truth, mate. No other thing is ever, will ever cook meat to eat it. Our stomachs and guts are simply not carnivorous. I agree 100%. But, yeah, there's always a but. We can cook chicken and fish. You know, it's a sin, it's bad, but if you're not doing it in excess, you know, it can be good for you. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. It's better if we don't kill them and we don't eat them and all that stuff, but yeah. I have to say that to throw the balance side of things because I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I don't think we should kill any living creature for food, but I do. And I don't, and I make sure everything that's on my plate is not from a mammal. So, you know, we each have our own karma. And I admire the people that have better karma than me because, well done. You know, completely non-judgmental. If people want to eat cows and elephants and whales and walruses and all that sort of stuff, by all means, eat them. Eat their flesh. Kill them. If it makes you feel better, kill the fuck out of them. Then eat them. Then you're such a legend. But yeah, I don't do it to feed my ego. It's all my palate. It's interesting. When I make a really, really nice curry, brown rice, and all the veggies, it does seem incomplete when I don't put some chicken into it. So, yeah, that's me. I'm not perfect. I don't want to be perfect. But I'm getting pretty close, so, you know, like everything else, except for dead birds and dead fish. God damn it. If I could pause this, I would, because let me go outside again. Well, thanks so much, man. I can't believe I've kept this lifestyle going for so long. I never meant to. I honestly thought after about 2 hours of bottling it'd be done. Anyway, I'm going to read some more comments. Far out, I can't believe. Diana Dharma. Nice. Man, I really appreciate some of you guys just tuning in. Massachusetts. What I love about Massachusetts is that when I lived in the United States for a year, pardon me, the hiccups, is the street I ended up living on for about 7 or 8 months of the time I spent over there as an exchange student was called Massachusetts Avenue. And one of the things I probably shouldn't have done, but I did anyway, is that we stole the street sign. So one of these days you're going to see I've got the street sign that says Massachusetts Avenue. So it's a pretty cool coincidence that you're from Massachusetts. And let me read those things again. Sun coming up in Massachusetts. That's just fucking awesome. It's probably like about, I wonder if yeah, I can do that. It says 2057. So 2057 isn't actually that late. It's 3 hours less than 24. So it's only like 10 o'clock. Well, you were here when we saw the sunset, so 10 o'clock's bloody late. Yeah. So yeah, so I'm going to work out this stupid bloody tap. Fuck. Sorry, I wasn't reading the things for a sec. Awesome, man. Oh, wow. West Virginia. Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads. Yeah, the moon is very bright crescent this morning. I saw it this morning. It's getting lower and lower behind that star that you see. About that. And it can't be Venus because you see Venus set in the evening. Yeah. It's weird, eh? Awesome, man. Oh, fucking hell. It feels like I'm with a true brother. Sunrise in West Virginia. Man, that's so cool. Here it's getting close to bedtime for me. And, thing I like about when I go to bed, I just have the best motherfucking dreams, man. Honestly, I sometimes wake up more exhausted than before I went to bed, but I wouldn't change it for the world. I actually would. I would spend, if there was a place you could go to, like an island or whatever, and you say, take all my money, let me spend all my time in dreamland. Shut up and take my money, because honestly, I have the best dreams. I'm very lucky. Very, very, very lucky. Shut up and take my money. Hey, can you plug me in back? But you know, that's the thing. Dreams are organic. And that's the thing you have to remember. You cannot go to an island and say, shut up and take my money and plug me in and do that. Dreams are organic because of who you are. You get what you pay for. Or you get what you deserve. And that is why I'm High Norse, and I'm signing out. Thank you so much for being here. See you next time. Now, where's the button to end it?